Chapter 201, Green City. Sylvester, without wasting time, went to the Inquisitor camp not too far away. He felt lucky to live on the Pope's Peninsula since all the essential offices were here. Lord Bard, greetings. May the holy light enlighten us. Sylvester saluted back as the Inquisitors greeted him one by one. He was always popular among them as his legends kept getting spread among them. They are the first to know and spread it every time he does something extraordinary. They were his unofficial propaganda machines. He went to the large tent of the Inquisitor High Lord in the middle of the camp, and entered after the guards opened the curtains to let him. Sylvester found something akin to a war council inside the room with multiple people seated around a round table. Sylvester only recognized 3 of them, however. Inquisitor High Lord, Lady Aurora and Sir Hans, the right-hand man of the big man. You came in time, young Bard, take a seat. The Inquisitor High Lord called him in. Sylvester first silently saluted them and took a seat quickly. A map of the entire Gracia Kingdom and its nearby regions lay on the table. At a glance, Sylvester knew they were planning to surround and take over Green City so they could investigate everything without the risk of someone running away. Sir Hans continued to speak. Since everyone is here, we can divide the tasks. Since it's not a major operation, there is no need for all of us to go. Therefore, Archbishop Payne and Sir Martin shall remain here and oversee the rest of the work of the Inquisitors. Meanwhile, I shall lead the larger Inquisitor army of 5,000 and take over the gates of the Green City. At the same time, Archpriest Sylvester and Lord Inquisitor shall head inside and meet the king. Lady Aurora will stand in the backlines in case we need support urgently. Any questions? Sylvester raised his hand. I am to be allotted an army of 1,000 as His Eminence has appointed me Grand Crusader. What am I to do with them? This was not common knowledge, and only the Lord Inquisitor knew it. So the eyes of others shined in pride as they considered Sylvester one of their own. When he rises, they feel their name rises too. That's even better, Sir Hans spoke. Black hair, black eyes, pale skin, a vertical scar over his lips on the right side, and his iconic gold-plated armor. The man was tall as 6'7" and screamed authority and discipline even when he spoke casually. Archpriest Sylvester, you shall have your soldiers march behind you when you proceed inside the Green City to meet the king. You shall use your men to organize the crowds around the parts wherever you go to investigate. We must remember that we're dealing with a city of 700,000. Any mistake can lead to panic, which is not good as they may try to run out of the city in great numbers. Sylvester nodded in agreement. I shall heed your orders, Sir Hans. The Crusaders who will accompany me will meet us outside the Green City. They were likely still traveling down south from the coldness of the north. Good, any questions? Sir Hans looked around the table. No, then I ask the Lord Inquisitor to approve the plan. The big man had stayed silent for some time now. I see no problem in your procedure, Sir Hans, but there are a few things that I shall need to do before we proceed. But worry not, I have a way. I give my approval, proceed to head out. Quickly, everyone got up from their chairs, saluted and left the tent to do their preparations. After getting out, Sylvester finally greeted the 2 new faces he saw today. They introduced themselves on their own. Lord Bard, it's quite the pleasure to see you. I am Archbishop Payne, the 3rd in command of the Inquisitors. I am Sir Martin, the 4th in command. It is an honor, Lord Bard. Sylvester shook their hands and made small talk before quickly returning to his home since he had to hurry. The Inquisitors had already made their preparations, after all. It was late at night at the moment, and soon the sun would be out. He knew that's when their journey would start on the river. Chonky, how many crystals do we have? We're going to need to count it, he said as he opened the door and entered the home. It was all dark as everyone had gone to sleep. He just went to his room silently and filled his bag with all the essentials. such as some cheap potions, extra clothes, and civilian clothes. Unfortunately, he still didn't have a rank plate, but for that he needed to visit the Wazir's office, and he had no time. Knock knock. Sylvester opened the door. Why are you not asleep? Where are you going? To the Green City. We shall directly conduct the investigation using inquisitors. Don't worry, it will soon be revealed if your brother is the culprit or not. Sylvester let the princess stand at the door and returned to pack his bags. I want to come with you. Sylvester stopped and looked at her face. She appeared firm and strong-willed, but he saw the fear underneath. You have no battle experience. You will die from a single punch, I'm afraid. I'd rather not cause a mess for the Holy Land. She entered his room. Please take me along. I came with you with the wish to prove that my brother is innocent. I said I could prove it, so give me a chance, please, just once. I can help you greatly. I know many ladies who can help you search the entire city if you need to. What if you died from something? You're too weak. Won't I die anyway if my family is found to be guilty? She replied. That does make sense, Sylvester muttered, but kept reservations. Taking a woman along with an inquisitor army, one as pretty as her, was not wise. Yes, he loved those inquisitor bastards for being so loyal, but they were still bastards in the end. You don't even know how to ride a horse and you wish to travel with me. That isn't very smart. You will be more of a burden than a help, Sylvester said and ignored her. Please, I beg you. Sylvester didn't listen. He was not going to ignore his rational mind. She was a liability in case of an emergency. He can't always be there to protect her. Please. I'm sorry, but this is for your own good. Sylvester left her in the room and rushed out. He first knocked on Xavia's door. Mum, I'm going with Inquisitor High Lord on a mission. I will see you in a few weeks. Xavia opened her door, her hair in a mess, while rubbing her eyes as she quickly proceeded to give him a hug. Best of luck, dear. Take care, Mum. He left the house and took the horse to rush to the Inquisitor camp. He expected Felix, Gabriel, and Bishop Lazark there. As for Zeke, the old dungface, he was sent to the School of Dawn to get special training from the old Sir Baldfreak. Chonky, this time I want you to go all out. If you see any threat around me, don't wait, just consume them. He ordered the cat sitting on the horse's head. Aye. Makesy, I shall eat the skulls and chew their bones, Muraj proclaimed while staring at the road ahead, trying to look badass. Haha, I can never take his threats seriously with his big chubby furry head. Sylvester just chuckled. Soon he reached the camp and got assigned by Sir Hans. You shall travel with the Inquisitor High Lord as your work is with them. Sylvester proceeded as per the command. They were to go upstream through large ships this time. In total, 30 ships were prepared to move them and their horses simultaneously. There were 5,000 men in total. Most were knights and a few wizards or wizard knights. There were a few ordinary people as well, with no magical talent in any field. Sylvester arrived at the ship at the front and met his team there. I hope you're all prepared. Felix tapped on his fine shining armor and showed his sword. My blade is sharp and armor ready to stomp. What's the plan, Archpriest? Bishop Lazark asked. The man was really good as he didn't feel awkward reporting to a man younger and lower ranked than himself. I will explain it on the ship. Let's start the journey first. Gabriel, this time I will need your special help too. He pointed at the guy slacking in his training the most in their group. Anything you need, Max. Ting, 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 ting. The large bells started to resound from their ship. Then the bells resounded from all those behinds, signaling that they were ready to depart. You three find spots to rest. I will go and find the Inquisitor High Lord. Felix gladly accepted. Go ahead. I'd rather not feel like being stared down by death itself again. He's not that scary, Sylvester muttered. Ha ha! Gabriel chuckled and reminded him of an event from history as he was a nerd. says the one who peed on Lord Inquisitor's helmet as a baby. Sylvester looked left and right before stepping back. See you later. The journey to the Green City was short this time, as every single ship in the Broad River would move aside as soon as they noticed the long line of ships, with flags of Inquisitors fluttering proudly. This made their journey smooth and fast as they found no hurdles in the river. It was early morning when they left, and it took them 12 hours to arrive at their destination. By the time they forced the city's docks to start clearing up the civilian ships, the sun was slowly dipping down into hiding. The first ship to dock was the Lord Inquisitor's, and since no prior warning had been given to the city, the guards and managers of the port were in a frenzy. Thud, thud. Then Inquisitor High Lord came down from the ramp. He was possibly the most easily recognizable man in the world with his red robes, staff and conical helmet with a visor. Behind the big man were Sylvester and the rest. Further behind were lines of well-armored Inquisitors marching down while singing their song. Find the witches, demons, and possessed. Forsaken worldly craving, for only holy hymns were obsessed. No tainted desires our honor you can't question. We are the mighty men of the Holy Inquisition. Sir Hans quickly announced it to those in the vicinity. You are in the presence of the third guardian of light, the Inquisitor High Lord Crimson Fire. Kneel. Bam! Thud! Be it slaves, merchants, civilians, or nobles, everyone knelt down faster than Sir Hans' words could end. This was proof of the fear the masses held towards the man, and that the church was higher than any noble. My esteemed graces, I welcome you to the Green City. The chief port manager spoke from his kneeling position. Inquisitor High Lord merely glanced at him with his shining red eyes under the visor. People of Green City, I come in peace and respect. I come here not to find in you a flaw. So, return to your homes and respect the holy martial law. Boom! Inquisitor High Lord slammed his staff on the ground once, and instantly a huge red rune spread through the surface and began to enlarge like a spider's web, as if ready to trap the whole city within it. The holy martial law was officially in place. Chapter 202, A Bard and a King. Holy martial law states that, when this law is invoked over an area, no more than 3 people can gather in the streets in one place. Kids must stay inside their homes, as should other people unless it's an emergency. Under this law, the ruling authority has all the right to arrest any man as long as there is even the slightest suspicion. It allows the church's authorities to supersede the authority of the nobles of the land, be it a baron or a king. The law can only be invoked by the Inquisitor High Lord, Saint Wazir, Saint Scepter, or the Pope. If a strong enough wizard is available, they may also deploy a wide area surveillance rune that shall tell the caster whenever someone dares escape the designated blocked area. Inquisitor High Lord did precisely that, as he used thin lines of fire under the grounds of the entire city to spread the rune. The rune scheme for it was simple, but it requires a vast amount of magic, as usually the need for this magic arises over a large area. The people, however, didn't understand what was happening as they had never seen such magic. They thought they were being attacked by the Holy Inquisition, the branch of the church known to be cruel to heathens. I repeat, return to your home and ensure that you don't needlessly roam in the streets. Inquisitor High Lord boomed. Sir Hans took over from there. You heard the Lord Inquisitor. Calmly return to your homes. Unless it's an emergency, you must not appear outside. Go. The Inquisitors respectfully started to order the men and women around, telling them to return. They tried to ensure that nobody tried to run as it might cause a chain reaction and a stampede. Sylvester nodded in approval, seeing the work go smoothly. Lord Inquisitor, allow me to head outside the city to gather my small crusader army. I shall meet you near the southern gate. Proceed as you may, blessed bard. Sylvester faced Bishop Lazark. You should come with me, Bishop. They are likely to feel at ease seeing both of us together, and we must ensure they have not forgotten that you being a necromancer does not change the hierarchy. Leaving Felix and Gabriel with the Inquisitor High Lord, Sylvester proceeded to head outside the city. He could already see the Inquisitors working according to the plan and taking over the gates of the city. They would inform the city's guards what was happening, show their holy decree, and proceed as needed. Then, outside the city wall, in a river away from the port, Lady Aurora waited in a ship to react to any emergencies. Sylvester bypassed them and rode his horse to reach a small camp erected by the Crusades away from the city walls. Attention! The men were already prepared as they had received words to be ready. A few sub-commanders kept them in formation and discipline. At ease, Sylvester stopped in front of them. They only numbered nearly 900, as the rest had died in the last attack on Bloodling. It's good to see all of you. Today, you are going to be a part of history. You all are now under my permanent command, as I have been conferred the rank of Grand Crusader by His Eminence himself. According to this, now our duties are not only to help other crusaders, but also to oversee that other crusaders are not breaking the laws, causing more harm to the realm than good. So tell me, my men, will you dutifully serve as my crusaders? Till our last breath, one of them shouted. Till the end. Till the end. They all started chanting. Their reverence didn't come from nothing. They had seen Sylvester defeat Bloodling all alone. They had heard him sing the hymns, and they had seen him bask them in the warmth of Solis. They were staunch supporters of Sylvester because, in their eyes, he was the incarnation of Solis, the sun that shines the brightest, even at night. Till the end. Sylvester raised his palm and made them calm down. I know you all are not yet well armored, as some of you lost it in the past battle. So worry not, for I won't take you in a battle ill-prepared. Today, we're here to arrest a heathen inside the Green City, who may just be a noble. So, along with 5,000 Inquisitors and Inquisitor High Lord, we shall conduct an investigation. You are to be my loyal soldiers and secure my back and front. You are to march in the city streets with might and pride, for not just me, Inquisitor High Lord shall also watch you. Sylvester could smell their excitement and an overwhelming sense of worship. These men were his now, and as long as he played his cards right, they'd remain so until their death. Now with discipline you are to march behind me, Sylvester ordered. Begin. Out of 900 crusaders, nearly 700 of them had horses. The rest were too poor to have one or had lost one. Soon, through the wide streets of the magnificent city that was the capital of Gracia Kingdom, the songs of the Lord and the sound of the marching hooves echoed. They all followed Sylvester in 4 neat columns. Halt! Sylvester roared and showed his fist in the sky. In front of Sylvester was the Inquisitor High Lord, with Felix and Gabriel standing on the ground. Since the man was too big for a horse, he had no choice but to walk, as his carriage was also too big for the streets. Sylvester and Bishop Lazark also got off and walked with them. The Gracia Royal Palace was in the middle of the river delta on which the entire city was situated. It was an enormous city, and similarly big was the castle complex. The complex spanned the east and west edge of the delta, leaving only a small space on the west side for people to move north of the city. The complex was entirely walled and consisted of a few castles, the biggest one being the main royal castle. The walls of the castles were made with some green substance added to them, not to mention there was a lot of greenery. There were trees, grass, and vines all around. As Sylvester and the rest made their way up, the people would secretly watch them from the cracks of the doors and windows, while the city guards would simply kneel at their sight, knowing too well that obstructing them would cause doom. Eventually, they arrived at the main entry gate into the castle complexes. From there on, The Gracia royal knights were in charge of security, and they dared not to open the gates even after seeing them arrive. "What business brings yo?" Before the knight in greenish silver armor could speak, Inquisitor High Lord pointed his metal staff at the front. Boom! The gates were slammed open without breaking them apart. The royal guards were shocked and triggered, so they unsheathed their swords, for they were sworn to the royal house. Whoosh! But the Crusaders replied by unsheathing their swords as well, and taking a tactical formation by quickly reaching in front of Sylvester and Inquisitor High Lord. They made 3 rows of horses and roared in unison. "Dare raise your swords on the Lord Inquisitor and the Holy Bard. Kneel, or you shan't have another head for a meal." Ah, rhymes, it feels so satisfying to see others use them. Sylvester silently appreciated his boys. If they served him right, he was planning on training them and brainwashing them to a higher level. He needed an elite unit of fighters, and this was his opportunity. "Stop, please. In the name of the Lord, stop." Just then, a man came running from inside the castle complex and started slapping the royal knights away to force them to lay down the sword. "O Lord, forgive these fools, esteemed holy guests. They just arrived here on their evening shift. I am Count Harvard Zelif, the prima of King Harold Gracia. Please come in. Everything here belongs to none but faith." Sylvester, at this point, felt his suspicion peak whenever he heard or saw a prima of any noble. This is because the prima was the second in command of any noble and held the most power to do damage if they went corrupt. So, to avoid a situation like Count Jardel, these primas were his first suspects. Sylvester whispered towards the Lord Inquisitor. "My lord, I can feel he's lying. His eyes twitch and his nose creases, a sign of a dishonest man. We should keep our guards up." The big man didn't say anything until he looked at the Count. Then he took a step back. "You take the lead, young bard. Show me the miracles of your knowledge today. Let these lowly nobles see your light and acknowledge your blessings from the Lord." Good. Sylvester was waiting for this and took the lead. "Count Zelif, please guide us to the king's palace. We have urgent business to conduct." "Of course." So the Crusaders moved to the back again and stayed vigilant. Meanwhile, Sylvester was in the lead this time as he walked to the front center. He kept his senses on alert to smell if there was any danger. But when they were near a castle, he started to chant a hymn under his breath to create the halo behind his head. The reason was to intensely affect the king's mind and force him to think that Solis had come to punish him. Behind him, the Crusaders became frantic as they saw their beloved Lord Bard shine just as brightly as they remembered in the past. To them, this was the meaning of their life. Knock, knock. At last they arrived at the last gate, beyond which was a moat. Then crossing the bridge, they entered the main castle of the king. "This way, Lord Bard." Count Zelif took them towards the throne room. The man, with pale skin, blonde hair, and a fat body, was sweating like he was sitting on a pan. It appeared Sylvester's warmth was too much for him. Bam! The Count pushed the last gate and led them inside the throne room of King Gracia. Sylvester was in awe, but he didn't let it affect his mind as he continued to chant. Ignoring the high ceiling, various chandeliers, shining pale green walls, silk curtains, and beautiful wall engravings, Sylvester followed the Count until they stood in front of the large heightened throne with an abundance of gold and green emeralds. Sylvester closed his eyes and sang a short hymn before even looking at the man sitting on the throne. "O King of the Greens, your ornaments that sheens, what use are they when nothing they mean? Choose wisely, for the path you stand in between. One leads to dust, and the other to a life more serene." Thud. "O Bard of Solis, I surrender myself to your feet." Sylvester looked down and saw the king, in his regal gown and crown, lying on his belly on the ground, forcibly holding Sylvester's right leg over his head with a face full of tears and a frown. It appeared that the king had seen his death creep near. The sense, it reeked of nothing but merely sent chills and vibrations of fear. Today, witnessed by 1,000, Sylvester, a mere 17-year-old boy who could sing, stepped on a king. Chapter 203, Interrogation. Sylvester didn't expect the king to be like this. But on another look, he could see that this was all just for the show to save his own neck. He could smell the lies, but there was fear and anxiety as well, clearly showing the king was ready to do anything as long as he could survive this crisis. Rise, King Gracia. On your land, an unholy act had transpired. Now it's up to you to serve us and ensure that the true culprit is found, unless you had something to do with this. Sylvester spoke in a respectful yet angry tone. Meanwhile, he was also worried about something else, a realization that had only hit him just now. He had wondered why the Inquisitor High Lord had come here himself, instead of only having Lady Aurora's support. From what he could remember, the Gracia Kingdom had 3 grand wizards or wizard knights. That would mean if it turns out that the royal family was behind the crime, then these powerful guardians of the kingdom might respond. In that case, he won't be able to defend himself with just Lady Aurora beside him. So, this new arrangement by Lord Inquisitor made all the more sense. Understood, Lord Bard. I shall do everything I can to help you. In fact, I have already apprehended the knights involved in the attack and the subsequent unlawful behavior. I have tried to get the word out of them, but they have yet to respond. The king fixed his crown and his clothes while slowly bringing back his royal demeanor. Thud. Lord Inquisitor tapped his staff on the beautiful light green marble floor with patterns akin to leaves. With that tap, a crack appeared on it, making all hearts in the hall beat profusely. Speak with actions, King Gracia. Lead us to where you have them imprisoned. Oh, of course, Lord Inquisitor, the king exclaimed in fright. Second uncle, please come with me. Quickly, an old, bald man with a short white beard and a finely built strong body walked forward. The man appeared to be a wizard or a knight as he wore intricate armor and had the eyes of someone who had seen battles. But he wore no rank plates. This way, respected clergy. The man led them with the king. I am Viscount Tempus Gracia, brother of the previous Queen Rixina. Sylvester was reminded of the old and pretty blonde woman who once lusted at his body. Last I remember, didn't she get crippled from some sort of poison, or was she paralyzed? She must be somewhere within these walls. Soon they were brought down to the castle's dungeons and could hear many screams. These were not the men they were looking for, however. Who they were looking for were in a level even below the dungeons, where not even an ounce of light reached, nor did any sound. Whenever the prisoners there are left alone, they just go insane because of the darkness and silence. Why didn't you have a child, Your Majesty? Felix asked all of a sudden. By the way, I didn't introduce myself. I am God's favored candidate, Felix Sandwall. The heads of the king and Viscount Tempus turned as they recognized his name, but soon the king's face turned into a frown. I will soon have a few. I have 6 wives after all. I've just been waiting for the right moment. What? He can't have Bobbies, Sylvester chuckled in silence. This was another case of a royalty being unable to have a child, so he wondered why such a thing was common. Your Majesty, were your wives someone related to your family before marrying you? Sylvester asked. Of course, my first wife is my uncle's daughter and my second wife is my second uncle's daughter. The others are also distant cousins. Why? Is that a problem? King Harold Gracia asked. That explains it. No, nothing. I was just curious. Sylvester didn't explain any more and silently followed. The last floor of the dungeons was more than a dozen meters underneath the ground. At that level, all the walls around them felt wet, as if they were mud, not walls. It was understandable since the entire city existed on a river delta. They are locked in here. Viscount Tempus spoke and opened the metal door with just a little box to see inside. They found at least 6 guards standing in light leather armor as they entered. The fire torches kept everything well lit, and deeper inside that room were a few doors leading to a dark cell. Sylvester looked around first. They were in a cave-like location. The torches were enough, but he used his right hand to spread light around and see everything. "You better start reinforcing the ceiling. From the looks of it, I believe it will come down soon." "What?" King Gracia panicked, for he knew that the entire palace was in danger if this place caved in. "How can you tell, Lord Bard?" "Look at those cracks in the surface. It's more caved in and appears wetter than the rest." Sylvester pointed at the top. "Get it done as soon as possible, Your Majesty." The king took his words seriously. "Uncle, get this done, please." An immature king is all I see from this. At least his mother had guts and a regal attitude. He seems to lack everything that makes one a king. Sylvester thought as he analyzed the royal man. "Enough chatter. Show us the commander of your royal guards," Lord Inquisitor interjected. Silence ensued and they moved seriously. The guards quickly opened one metal door. It was as thick as 5 inches and ensured that no sound went inside. The first one to enter was Inquisitor High Lord, but the man was so big that he took up all the space. Still, it was enough as he simply asked him the question while making fire on his other palm. "Speak, knight, for I give you this right. Defend yourself and tell me why I should not kill you." "Thur," the knight spat on Inquisitor High Lord's feet. "I am the Lord Commander of the Royal Guards. My mouth will stay close, no matter who asks." Whoosh! The Inquisitor High Lord tapped his staff. The metal cuffs that kept the man tied to the wall freed him. "There exists punishments worse than death, knight. Fear the fury of the Lord. Do not say something whose reply you can't afford." "Hee, you think I didn't know this would happen? I'm a dead man already. I failed and got caught. So either you kill me now or I wait to die later, for that man is a worse freak than you all." Inquisitor High Lord didn't become enraged, for he had done what he had come to do. He turned around and walked out and let the door close. After that he faced Sylvester. "I did as you asked, young bard. Now show me what game you have set. We don't have much time, don't forget." Sylvester bowed his head and let the Lord Inquisitor rest on a seat on the side. Then he walked over to Viscount Tempest, the king's serious man and first uncle. "How long will it take?" "Just 10 minutes, Lord Bard, but we have the prisoner you asked for." "Take me to him." Sylvester took an axe from Felix and followed the noble. They soon returned to the upper level of the dungeon, and were taken to a dark room where only a single man was tied to a stone bed in the middle of the small room. Please let me go. Why have you kept me here?" Sylvester didn't allow the man to see him as the head was tied too. "What did he do?" "Murdered 5 families in the city, including 3 infants, a newborn, and 10 women. 1 was violated. He's everything that's sick in the city, Lord Bard." Sylvester proceeded as he didn't feel any lies. "Step back, lest you get your pretty armor dirty." The Viscount had no idea what Sylvester would do, so he watched in silence. Bam! Gaia new fuck. Bam! Yowza! "Shut up, filth!" Sylvester roared at the tied criminal. He used the axe to chop the arm clean and then one finger from the other hand. Whoosh! Then Sylvester used elemental fire magic to burn the wounds on the severed arm and finger, and then on the man's wounds. "This is a small price you pay for your sins. Let's go, my lord." Sylvester left the room without sparing another glance and proceeded to the lower floor again. This time, as he arrived, he saw a new figure there, a woman in particular. She appeared old but not too old to appear ugly. She had brown hair that was now going white. She had pale skin with a few wrinkles on her scared face. Her blue eyes were darting left and right, looking for answers. Sylvester looked around and saw Lord Inquisitor and the king sitting on the side. Gabriel, Felix, and Bishop Lazark were doing what he asked them meanwhile. They forced the woman to keep her elbow closed, so her hand was touching her chest. Then they tried her arm with white bloodied cotton. At the same time, they made one finger on her right hand fold and then tried it similarly. Then, at last, she was made to wear a dark brown low-born gown over her body. Sylvester moved forward. "You are the wife of Sir Winston Lennox, and you have to save your husband now, but only if he tells us who asked him to do what he did. Now, I shall present you in front of him, and if you make a single sound without my permission or speak any word, I will kill him without wasting a moment. Understood?" The woman's eyes turned watery in an instant. "Why, yes, I will do everything." Bam! Sylvester moved closer and firmly rubbed his palm over her eyes. "You're not going in there for coupling with him. You need to look broken. Smudge your makeup." She nodded and quickly did so. "Cry now and do not stop," he ordered. "Do it." It took him a little more effort to scare her, however. But once done, he nodded at the guards to open the room. After that, Sylvester went inside, with his right hand shining in light and his left hand holding the woman. There was also a bag on his shoulder. "Sir Winston Lennox, I am Sylvester Maximilian, Lord's Bard," he introduced himself as soon as he entered. The man was freed now and sitting on the ground in darkness. He didn't even spare a glance at Sylvester. "I won't say anything. I know that's why I brought gifts." Thud. Bam! Sylvester first threw a severed hand at the knight and then a finger. "Look up, knight. There is more to where it comes from. I wonder if you'd want to see more. I can surely explore that possibility." He looked up and saw her. Marin, W. What did they do, T? The woman just cried uncontrollably. The knight saw her severed arm wrapped in a bloodied bandage and the missing finger on her right hand. His face turned red and his eyes turned bloodshot. "You son-fucking bastards. Move another step and have her other arm chopped. One more step and have her head dropped. These are your options, knight, speak or hear her shriek." Chapter 204, Trouble in Green City. The knight tried to jump on Sylvester, but all he got was a foot placed on his face and thrown back to the wall again. "Did you not hear me? Speak, or—" "Alarg!" Sylvester clutched the woman's neck tighter and made her yelp in fear. "Or hear her shriek. Speak, Sir Lennox. Why did you try to kill Sir Dalorum? What's your relationship with Sir Kenworth?" However, the man did not speak and kept staring daggers at Sylvester. "I will not speak, or he will kill us all. He will do worse than merely cutting arms and fingers. If you don't speak, then I will kill her first and let you live." Sylvester threatened him back. "You have children too, I heard. A daughter who just got married. I wonder what the Inquisitors will do to her." "Say it, please," the woman also cried finally. "What could it be that's holding him so hard? Who did he work for?" Sylvester wondered as he could feel the fear from the man, but it was not directed towards him. That in the end left him with just one option. If the fear is too much, then I shall try and erase it. He left his grip on the woman. "Go and be with him." She quickly ran over and sat down beside the man. She wiped his face with her clothes and tried to see how badly he was hurt while crying. At the same time, Sylvester sat down on the ground, crossed legs. Then he pointed his palm at the couple and started singing a hymn, while also releasing normal light magic from his palm, making the two feel warm. "We all are born for a reason unknown. Doing our duty, we hope destiny is shown. On the wrong path to be blown, some are prone. For them, my light leads to the trail to atone. Heed to my hymns and rid your crimes. Old and new at all times, brightest the Lord shines. So speak, child of the Lord, for your faith commands. To punish the vile filth, speak, as your Lord demands." Sylvester looked at their faces to see if the hymns were doing their magic, and certainly, they always do. The two had their eyes big, shining with the light that Sylvester released. Their faces were stuck on Sylvester's form as the halo made him appear like a god. especially in a room so dark and damp. And after having spent days in the chamber, being tortured, the old knight started crying in his wife's arms. Sylvester continued and ended with one last verse. Rise, O knight sworn to the highest king. Embrace the warmth of eternal spring. Find salvation in the arms of the Lord. For his grand plan, we're all aboard. Amen, amen, repeat with the Lord. Amen, the woman chanted. But the knight was incapable of speaking as he cried like a child, face twisted, nose runny. He knew he had sinned, and now was the time to ask for forgiveness. It was all Sir Kenworth, my lord. It was a long conspiracy. My daughter's husband, I thought he was a good man from the royal army, but he turned out to be a beast in disguise. He pained her, hid her, and commanded me to do things to save her. Sylvester didn't stop spreading light from his palm even when he stopped singing. Since when did you know this, Sir Kenworth? Years, Sir Lennox replied. He's been in the royal army for years, and I saw him grow in front of my eyes, from a young squire to a mighty knight. He and my daughter became friends long before they fell in love. I thought he was a good man. I was foolish. Is your daughter safe? She is, thankfully, but mentally broken. But this does not help me at all. What about the motivations? Why do all that? Sylvester moved closer to them. Tell me everything you know about this man. Why does he go around places killing women and cutting their breasts? What does he get from this? Is he involved with dark magic? We don't know, Lord Bard, the knight exclaimed. He was a good man until he was not, as if his whole life was a lie, as if everything he showed us was a part of the plan. Who he works for or why he does what he does, I don't know. My order was only to kill Sir Dalorum and delay the investigation. Any idea where he could be now? Sylvester inquired. None. He'd be foolish not to run away by now. My lord, will I have salvation now? Will the Soulies forgive me? Sylvester stood up and proceeded to the door. The result of your actions will only be revealed in the arms of Soulies when you cross the final bridge. But until then, you can only try and win some grace back. So be a good man, that is if you're let go. He walked out and let the guards close the door. But this time, they put a torch inside so the couple could talk. As the door closed, the woman quickly untied the cotton straps that made her arm look chopped, as well as her finger. Seeing this, Sir Lennox was bewildered. He did not. The woman scoffed. He said he's not the monster that he's on the hunt for. Lord Bard is pure and holy, unlike the foolish us. She looked at his face and sat beside him, putting her head on his shoulder. My love, what will happen to us now? There is only one punishment for treason, Marin. Only one. Sniff. She silently cried and stayed resting by his side. Years of loyalty, sacrifices, and this. I wish I could turn back time. The old knight and his old lady silently wept, for the future seemed bleak, no matter how much light they wished to seek. Forgive me. Please care for our daughter and settle somewhere far away after I'm gone. She nodded slowly. I will, but for now, please let me hold your hand while it remains warm. What? Sylvester walked out and frustratingly looked around. He had found nothing of help inside other than knowing that a long-term conspiracy was at play here, and it was certain that Sir Kenworth was not working for himself. Otherwise, the man would not appear in Jardel and Raftel counties at the most convenient times. Young Bard. Sylvester walked over to the Lord Inquisitor and reported everything. The man was a victim of the long conspiracy, Lord Inquisitor. The same knight whose face we search all over destroyed his family. Over a decade, he befriended the knight's daughter and eventually married her, only to show his real face. He forced him to act against Sir Dalorum by keeping his daughter hostage. Now, where he is, nobody knows. So nothing, Felix muttered. How do we even start looking for a man in such a big world? Sylvester silently thought about things. He was reminded of something Bishop Lazark had told him during the bloodling hunt. Bishop, You said a similar case had happened in the south. Near the bamboo forest, Lord Bard, Bishop Lazark answered. Sylvester closed his eyes and remembered the map. All right, let's say she was the first victim. After that, the victims went from the far south to the far north. All three were women, nobles, and had their chests cut off. He didn't utter his next words. Going by common criminal psychology, especially in a world where it's hard to travel, the first crime is usually done around the nearest location to where the criminal originates, lives, or works. And then, scared, they try to get as far away as possible to do the next one. I need to go south, Lord Inquisitor. I need to complete that investigation on my own, or else we may miss something, he requested. This means my family is innocent, correct? King Gracia exclaimed, nervously looking around. The culprit is this Sir Kenworth, as you said, Lord Bard. Sit down, King Harold, Lord Inquisitor boomed as he stood up. If a conspiracy is in motion one this long, then how deep its roots go, we must know. The seedling could be anyone, you, your woman, or your cook. So, young Bard, go south and find what you will. I shall watch things here until we have the culprit kneel. Sylvester bowed his head. However, I have a request. Until we have the culprit, do not punish Sir Lennox and shift him to a better cell. What happened to him, it could have been anyone else in the kingdom. If it was Sir Dalorum, he'd have felt the same. Mercy and might, you have everything right, young Bard, the Lord Inquisitor replied, showing praise so openly for the first time. You heard him, King Harold. Do as is wished. As for I, lead me to Lady Rixina. She ought to know more about the realm. Viscount Tempest answered. She lives in the highest tower of the royal palace, my lord. She likes watching over the city from there, for she can't move any more. Then lead me to her. As you command, my lord. As they headed out, Sylvester gathered his friends and moved along to the ground floor. They were all led back into the throne room, where King Harold retook his throne to look mighty, but his face spoke otherwise. Sylvester bowed his head. I shall take my leave then, your majesty. Where is my sister? The king spoke loudly. Oh, so this is why he took the throne. She's safe and healthy in the Holy Land. My mother cares for her like her own child, so worry not, Sylvester said. The king raised his finger and then put it down, only to speak meekly. See, can I have her back? I have a suitor for her coming in a few days. Oh, no wonder she had dared to leave the castle. It seems her motivations were many. Can you describe to me how this suitor looks? He asked. This time, taking a proud demeanor, the king replied, Oh, he's rich and mighty, a lord from southern Gracia. His coffers run the Yggdrasil School of Magic. Felix interrogated before Sylvester this time. By any chance, is he as big of a man as his coffers are? Fat, the king thought. He has certainly gained a few dozen kill. Bam! The throne room's gates suddenly opened, and a man in perfectly shining knight's armor ran in. Nephew, riots have broken out, go hide. Chapter 205, Him at Saving. Nephew, riots have broken out, go hid. Every head turned to look at the man who had just entered. He looked the opposite of Viscount Tempest. This man was fat but still had fine armor on his body. The only similarities were the blonde hair and gray eyes, the commonality among all of the Gracia family. Riots, King Gracia muttered from on top of his throne. I just received the news. The people are going into a frenzy. Someone has spread rumors that the Inquisitors are here to burn the city for your crimes. The entire population is trying to run out of the city now, and a minority of them are trying to enter the castle and kill you for causing this. Thud. King Harold Gracia fell to his seat. What? But who would spread such rumors? I have been such a good king to them. They all love me, everyone said that. They did love you, my king. Viscount Tempest spoke. You gave food to the poor and removed corruption from the government machinery. Rightly said, my lord. King's Prima, Count Harvard Zelif, agreed. Inquisitor High Lord looked unfazed at the same time. Perhaps they loved you too much, King Harold. A good king is not only loved, but a good king is one who is equally feared. Now they attack you for they see you as weak, so now it's your head they seek. But what should we do now? Prima Zelif asked. Neither the inquisitors nor the city guards can hold on to so many people from escaping. We cannot let them escape either. Who knows who sits among them? Sylvester added. What if Sir Kenworth is playing the smart game and thinks the only place we won't look for him will be here? What if these rumors were not random? We cannot harm them either, for they are not the sinners we look for, Inquisitor High Lord said, deep in contemplation. Bam! Did you know there is a riot brewing outside? Just then, Lady Aurora also arrived, likely having been alerted by the situation in the city. I just saved one gate from falling to the rioters. Sylvester noticed a knight behind Lady Aurora. This was a short man with a fully covered helmet with a visor. His eyes narrowed as he looked at him, for the latter smelled of anxiety. It didn't make sense as he expected the man to be strong if he was with Lady Aurora. The riots need to be quenched. Send the entire garrison out. King Harold ordered from his throne. They must not be allowed to enter here. Sylvester shook his head at the king's reasoning skills. He now felt pitiful for the church as it was they who likely got rid of the previous queen and had this new king take her place. That will only make them bloodthirsty, your majesty. Be at ease. I shall go out and stop the riots. Meanwhile, have the guards spread the word that the inquisitors are not here to burn anything. Tell them you invited us to take the Lord Inquisitor's blessing for something. Felix got closer to Sylvester and asked in whispers, What's the plan, Max? You can't possibly be planning on fighting thousands of people simultaneously. That's exactly what I plan to do, my friend, but this will be a fight of words, and it would help if you don't come with me. They might feel threatened seeing your tall form. Gabriel is better for this. Sylvester answered and called the other man up. Sylvester then bowed his head towards Inquisitor High Lord. My lord, I shall go and quench this riot without a single swing of the blade. Permit me to proceed. Take Aurora with you, Lord Inquisitor suggested. Sylvester glanced at the brown-haired, tall, and mighty woman with an ever-radiant, confident smile. She must rid her armor for it and wear the dress of a bright mother. I can't have her appear hostile. Lady Aurora sighed and agreed. Fine, let's go now. So they all quickly made their way out. Sylvester, Gabriel, Lady Aurora, and the new knight that had come with her. First, Lady Aurora changed her robes in the small monastery inside the castle complex, but as she was doing so, she looked at the knight as well. You do it too, girl. Oh, okay. Clank. Slowly, the knight, who turned out to be a woman, put away her helmet, then chest plate and other parts, revealing her full form. Sylvester took a long breath and rubbed his face. You cut your hair, Princess Isabella. The woman embarrassingly looked down. I did. You ran away from my home. I did. Lady Aurora helped you. Yes. Sylvester shook his head tiredly. You do know that you don't look masculine at all. Not at all, no matter how short you cut your hair. Oh, come on, Archpriest. Let her live her life as she wants to. Lady Aurora patted his shoulder. She was crying and kneeling to me, asking to be allowed to come, so I helped her a little, that's it. Not to mention, she's been a great help to me. She helped me pass through the houses and reach the castle by bypassing the rioting crowds. I thought you had never come out of the castle. Sylvester narrowed his gaze at her. Isabella meekly answered, I have many friends, Lord Bard, servants, handmaidens that I know people. That's what I did for so many years. Sylvester rubbed his face tiredly and walked away. Do whatever you want. Gabriel, follow me. When I start chanting a hymn, your job will be to stand beside me like a sage and send out light magic. Meanwhile, these two pretty bright mothers will repeat my words and pray. "What?" Lady Aurora exclaimed. "I don't know how to sing." "Isabella does, follow her lead. But before we start, we need to do something." There. The entire city had turned into a lawless zone almost instantly. The criminal gangs that operated from a few places now openly ransacked homes. This was not how the plan was to go. But rumors kept spreading. Some blamed the king. Some said the inquisitors were there to burn, kill, or something else. Despite the best efforts of the inquisitors, none believed them. Bam! From here, Isabella showed them the way to move around. "You remember the map of the city?" Sylvester asked her, amazed at how she knew the streets. Nodding, the woman proudly replied, "Maps were my only escape. They allowed me to imagine the world outside, so I memorized them in the hopes that when I go out, I'd know where to go." "She's smarter than I expected. Where do you think you're going?" Then, all of a sudden, a small group of 5 men appeared with torches in their hands, blocking their way. Whoosh! Sylvester's right hand created a small arrow made of hard light. He sent it flying right into the thighs of all 5 men. "Sit here, burdens on earth, or the next time I move, it'll be your head." They didn't stop at any moment and proceeded to the south gate first, as the most crowd was gathered there. It was the widest and the most used gate. "There are too many people. How do we get to their front?" Gabriel asked. "Follow me." Sylvester started making light steps, tiles made of hard light. He made them a few feet above the heads of the crowd and slowly walked towards the front. There were at least 200,000 people, from what Sylvester could estimate. "This is going to be hard. Not all of them will be able to see me, but they should be able to hear me," Sylvester planned. He also looked at the sky and thanked Solis for the sun setting slowly. The darker it was, the better his plan would work. Thud! He landed near the gates of the city. The inquisitors were standing there in 5 rows, stopping the people from leaving the city. Sort of a skirmish was going on at the moment, as the strongest of the inquisitors used all their strength to block the way. "Gabriel, stand beside me a step behind. Lady Aurora and Isabella, you both stand on Gabriel's side each," he ordered quickly. After that, he used magic, a simple earth rune, to make a little stage so he could stand at least a meter in height for those in the back to see. "Repeat after me. Try to make the crowd chant with me," he ordered the 3. Then he took another glance at the inquisitors. "All of you, sing the hymn with me, as loud as possible." After getting head nods, Sylvester put one palm beside his chest, facing the front. Then he closed his eyes and started chanting. Whoosh! An intense ray of light shot off his palm and illuminated the surroundings. Each head looked up, slowly noticing the single man with a bright halo in the distance. Some knew who it was, for they had heard of the legends. "Here goes nothing. Hear me as I sing, for I am the Lord's bard. I stand here, with your life in the highest regard. I know you are scared and also scarred. I beg, look beside you, at the children left marred." Due to his words and loud repetitions of inquisitors, the people started to look around, and indeed, in that packed crowd, there were also kids being squashed left and right, as some lost the grip of their parents' hands. Some words you may hear that induce fear. They may have you unable to think clear. But look around, do you see a fire? Look around you, do you see a pyre? None, for hurting you isn't why we're here. The people looked around, and indeed, the city behind them was silent. If the inquisitors were here to hurt them, it would have been burning, but that was not the case. O children of the Lord, this chaos is of devil's design. For you to determine, I leave the fate of mine. To night or light, to which side do you incline? Shall you thrust the city into darkness, or let it shine? The people silently stared at Sylvester's harmless, defenseless body. He was telling them to push forward if they still wished to. Embrace this warmth, for this you deserve. Don't destroy the city, for it's a home you preserve. I stand here harmless for all of you to observe. If you still feel anger, hit me with your stones. I won't swerve." His hymn ended but stayed under his breath. The silence ensued, and the halo still shined. Finally, he let his arms rise on his side, spread wide. Chapter 206. Good Friends. The people were silent and just stared at Sylvester. For a few seconds, there was no movement, and the skirmish with the Inquisitors also stopped. Bam! But then, one man picked up a stone and threw it at Sylvester. It hit him on his forehead and left a small red mark. It didn't really hurt, but Sylvester still creased one eye more than the other. "If this will calm your hearts and bring you back to the arms of the Lord, so be it." "Pah! How dare you hit the Holy Lord?" a woman shouted at the man who threw the stone. She then proceeded to pull the man's ear. "No food for you for 3 days. Let's go back now. You need to go and find a job again tomorrow." Maya, but he asked to be it. "Pah!" The man got another slap planted on his face. This time, it was hard enough to leave a mark and resound hard. But that made the people chuckle and look around. Then in no time, as a few people started to move to return to their homes, others also followed, and in a chain reaction, everyone returned. Most would first silently pray to Sylvester once and then head back. Others would come closer and kiss the little stage he stood on before returning. Sylvester wondered how many of these were really religious and how many became this religious because of his little show. In no time, the crowd that was violently raging returned to normal. And soon, the gate where the Inquisitors were fighting for their life was now desolate silence. "It worked, good job, Max." Gabriel patted Sylvester's back. "Your hymns are great." Sylvester shook his head, however. The work of hymns was just 50%. The rest was the work of that woman and her son we paid to act, and those other few people we paid to start moving back to start a chain reaction. "Ah, so that's what you did before starting," Lady Aurora just realized. Sylvester nodded and started to remove the short stage he had created. "If you're careful enough, you'll realize slowly that people are just sheep. Most lack a will of their own, and they'd rather follow than lead." Gabriel was especially happy because he was scared that the crowd would riot at any moment. "Good Lord, I'll pray extra at least once to thank the Lord for giving you a big brain. Now, should we head out to the bamboo forest in the south?" "Head out?" Sylvester chuckled. "We're just starting, buddy. We have 2 more gates to handle. Then we will walk around the most dangerous streets of the town. We will meet a few community leaders and convince them. At the same time, if we find any crooks, kill." "I volunteer for the killing part." Lady Aurora raised her hand, but her being in the bright mother's robes made it appear all the more maniacal. Sylvester just sighed and moved on. "It's going to be a long night, I'm afraid." What? It took them 8 hours to finally quench the riots and the rumors. Sylvester had to sing his hymns so many times that he just started to repeat his previous hymns from the past. He was too tired to keep the brain running for so long. By the morning, they had also killed at least a dozen crime groups in the city and had made the streets safer. By the time morning came, the city guards and inquisitors were heavily deployed to roam the streets and maintain order. But eventually, they were planning on opening the lockdown a few hours later anyway so the trade could happen. Their goal was not to hurt the region after all. In the morning, he returned to the royal palace and spoke with the Inquisitor High Lord. "I ask permission to leave with my crusaders, Lord Inquisitor." "Take this." The big man sitting on an equally big chair extended him a piece of parchment. "It is a declaration with my stamp. You can show this if any noble from the lowest to highest, or any clergy, be it a priest or cardinal, dares hinder your investigation. According to this, you are working on my behalf, meaning your word is my word." "Good Lord, isn't this too much freedom? I can do so much with this piece of paper." "Use it wisely, young bard." "I will, Lord Inquisitor. Thank you for the help. I will update you if I find anything." He swiftly bid his farewell and left the palace. Thankfully, Lady Aurora's big luxury carriage was back, and he was not complaining. Since his 1,000 Crusader army was going to ride with him, he didn't have to sit at the Riensmen's seat and steer the horses. At the same time, he took 100 more men from Inquisitors and joined them with his Crusaders, effectively completing his requirement of 1,000 soldiers for his Crusader army. But as he entered the carriage, he saw Isabella was there too. "You're coming along." "I have been assigned as a private healer by Lady Aurora." Isabella instantly took a defensive tone. "I will not listen to you any more." "I wasn't going to stop you anyway." "Yes, you heard it right. I will know. Wait, you're okay with me coming?" She appeared surprised. Felix was the most excited to hear that. "Finally, you accept her, Max. Just let her become a part of our group already. She's an amazing healer." "This boy." "We will indeed need a good healer along the way. Who knows what we might witness on our way? It could be a demon, bloodling, or something else. But you must also ensure you don't put yourself at needless risk." Sylvester had other reasons for keeping her as well. "I have not forgotten the deal. I will get you the eyes. You must test them to treat them. I will not have Sir Dalaran waste his life being blind." Puh. Soon the horns blew. 500 Crusaders on the horse at the front and 500 at the back. With a few more support carriages and a great many flags of the church, they all started moving. The destination was Duchy of Ironstone, the keep of Baron Redmond, whose daughter had been murdered and her chest cut off. Inside the carriage, Sylvester was briefing them all. "Remember, under no circumstances should anyone know that Isabella is traveling with us. She's of noble birth, and who knows, that killer may come after her. Let's just call her Bright Mother Emma for now." Everyone nodded their heads at his plan. At the same time, Isabella must wear light leather armor under her robes. "Meanwhile, Lady Aurora, you were originally assigned to train me, so let's begin my training again. As for this mission, we have no idea where the clues will lead us to. We're merely shooting an arrow in the dark with this. But whoever the culprit is, they must be a higher born, as that's the only way they can have access to all the noble castles." Bishop Lazark gave his input as he caressed his skeleton cat. "Our best hope is that another case occurs so we can have fresh clues, but that would mean a noble lady would have to fall victim." Indeed, that was the ideal thing, but at the same time, it'd lead to more mess. Felix suggested something then. "Why not hire mercenaries to search for this Sir Kenworth?" "It will take too long." Sylvester refused the suggestion. "First, we'd have to request funds from Saint Wazir, then wait and hope we get them. That'll be too expensive." "Achoo!" Princess Isabella sneezed all of a sudden. Sorry, I have allergies from too much dust." Sylvester grunted and took out a little bottle of potion from his bag. "Drink this. We don't want our healer to be bedridden now, do we?" "Oh, thank you." She gulped it down in one go. "You have the survival instincts of a deer, Isabella. I'm genuinely worried for you," Sylvester muttered. "You're too old, but let me remind you, do not take anything edible from a stranger, okay?" "But you're no stranger, Sylvester," she blurted. "You showed me the Holy Land and Mother Zavia was so nice to me. You're my friend now." "What about me?" Felix jumped. "You're a friend too," she added. Sylvester shook his head and moved to a corner to put his foldable mattress and sleep by the already asleep chunky boy in his arms. "Great. Have fun with your new friendships then. I'm going to sleep. My throat feels sore after singing all night. Wake me up when we reach the first stop for the night." Isabella glanced at Felix and asked in a low voice, "Why is he so grumpy most of the time?" Felix snarkily replied, "Ignore his pretty looks. He's an oldie from the inside. How about we both play this card game he made?" "He's tired," Bishop Lazark suddenly spoke. "Look at him. He's already asleep. If you were him, you'd be broken even more. Sir Dalaram's condition must have affected him. The man is like a father to him, I'd guess. Gabriel agreed. Sylvester did say that Sir Dalaram took care of him since he was a month old. That's so sad. Felix, please don't make fun of him. Isabella requested all of a sudden, embarrassing the strong boy. Felix laughingly dismissed her worries. Ahaha, it's okay, Isabella. We're like brothers. It's okay if we joke. If it were someone else, I'd have cut their tongue myself. And I'd have set the pyre. Gabriel, the usually religious but occasionally mad priest, added. Isabella was amazed instead of scared. That's so nice of you too. I wish I had such friends. Bam! Lady Aurora knocked on her head. Don't take inspiration from these fools, or you'll be corrupted. Now move, we should also take a small nap. Felix and Bishop Lazark, since you slept last night, please stand guard. With that, Isabella, Gabriel and Lady Aurora also unrolled their blankets and slept. This was the luxury of having such a carriage. Though what none knew was that Sylvester was not asleep. Living under the constant threat of the Shadow Knight, his nights are never peaceful. Instead, his sleep is usually light enough that even the touch of a feather would wake him up. Felix and Gab are understandable, but I never knew that Bishop Lazark understood me so well. Can't believe he lived so long, ostracized by everyone. What a prime example to never judge a book by its cover. So what if a necromancer? He's a good man indeed. Chapter 207, A Mother's Cry. The journey was long and took a while as this time. They made their way through the road since only the Inquisitor army had exclusive access to the navy. Sylvester could have taken the ship after a bit of talk, but decided not to and do his work as a grand crusader along the way. Inside the luxurious carriage, they didn't face any inconvenience other than the occasional bumps of the road. The first stop to stay the night was selected to be a little village that appears just beyond the bridge on the Gold River and enters the Holy Road. Since it was slowly turning night, Sylvester knew it'd take them hours to reach their destination. Not taking any chances with Shadow Knight, he decided to spend the night there, as the rest of the journey would be on a side road. The village was mostly happy that the Crusaders were living there for the night, as it meant opportunities to make money. By cooking food or providing any other service, the villagers would hope to improve their lives, as the village didn't seem that flourishing. The houses were mostly run down, the people didn't appear to have decent clothes, and the roads in the village were all made of dirt. The only clean and well-maintained site was the monastery. I thought the Duchy of Ironstone was the richest of all of Gracia duchies. Then why this much poverty? Princess Isabella wondered while looking out from the carriage window. They are rich, Sylvester spoke, but the wealth lies in the palms of the nobles, not the commoners. This village is probably leftover or not worth much for any noble to care about. What do they sell? Grain. It does not fetch that high of a price. But this village is so close to the Holy Land. The lord of this region should keep it in good condition at least, she replied in pity for the people. Nobody added anything further as, except Isabella, everyone else had seen the duality of the world and how cruel it can be at times. This village was nothing in their eyes. At least the people were not dying. Isabella, who is the suitor your brother talked about? Isn't he from around here? Felix suddenly asked with great interest. She instantly turned angry and her cheeks puffed. That ugly thing. He's the new count of the county of Ranthburg after the original count. Ranthburg and his family were destroyed by the church. My brother elevated this man to the count position after he proved his loyalty and how fat his coffers were, as his belly. You've met him before? Felix asked. Only when he swore fealty to my brother. Honestly, I'll kill myself if my wedding is fixed with him. He's 15 years older than me, for Lord's sake. She was going all out, letting out her frustration. Lady Aurora felt lucky to hear her, even if her childhood was painful. Good thing I don't have to worry about this. I envy you, Lady Aurora. You're so strong and can do nearly anything you want. Everyone respects you. Isabella got depressed. How can I ever forget Count Ranthberg? Sylvester thought to himself, as he now knew that they were the reason why the Shadow Knight was after him. He forced himself to forget those thoughts and asked, "Aren't you a wizard too? What's your talent rank?" "Oh, I can be a master wizard, but I'm still just an apprentice, and my mother never allowed me to study anything other than healing," she answered, appearing more saddened by that. But Sylvester was baffled and excited. If she's this much of a genius with mere Apercantes-level magic, what monster would she become with her full potential? It seems investing in her is the most obvious choice right now, no matter what the result of the investigation is. Slowly, as they talked, the Crusaders set up their camp outside the village and began cooking the meals. The Crusaders had a team of 10 men responsible for cooking. These men were all without any magical or knightly talents. They were simple humans who had nothing to do. Most armies in the world were like that. Only the Holy Land could muster to produce an army full of only wizards and knights, but even that was a rare case. Usually, the armies consist of 60% ordinary soldiers and 30 to 39% magical knights. The rest are wizards. "Felix, let's go and meet the archpriest of the local monastery. They should know who we are so they don't try anything funny." Sylvester got up and stretched his back. "Sure, let's go." Felix picked up his sword and donned his chest plate. His armor was customized so that it was easy and fast to remove and wear so he could rest now and then. As for Sylvester, he was still using an old second-hand golden armor, which made him look rugged and all the more dangerous. "Bishop Lazark, please watch over the Crusaders. They can sometimes be an awful bunch and commit atrocities on the locals. And Lady Aurora, since you're a part of Inquisitors, tell all the Inquisitor men in our armies to act as internal police." Sylvester gave a few commands as he prepared to head out. He was acting on behalf of the Lord Inquisitor, so they had to take his word. "Got it, Blondie." Lady Aurora cheekily gave a thumbs up and brashly went out. Sylvester shook his head, grunted, and left with Felix. There was nothing he could do to Lady Aurora yet, but he remembered everything as one day his day would also come. "What do we do now?" Isabella asked Gabriel, as he was the only one left in the carriage. Gabriel merely sat down in the corner, cross-legged, and took out a book. "Come, sister in faith, let's pray in the name of the Lord, for he's the one behind everything, our one true God." "I will sleep." Sylvester roamed around the village and saw the plight of the people. They appeared well-fed, but there was nothing much beyond that. At the monastery, they found out that the village produced nothing but grains, and even that was only enough to feed themselves. So, they never had money to buy clothes or other items for personal care. Only the monastery donates a few clothes on occasion. This is the real life of a commoner, Felix. Unfortunately, most villages and towns live like this, Sylvester said as they made their way back. "Not too surprising, honestly," Felix started. "Most villages in my county were dirt poor as well, though Father used to forgive their taxes in some extreme cases, or else thousands would have died every year." "Then I must say, Count Sandwall is a good man." "Fuck no," Felix cursed from the heart. "He's an animal who lives to gain more power and wealth at all costs. He sees the people as tools, and no real man would want to lose his tools of cheap labor. In Sandwall County, you will never find a cripple. Guess why?" The answer was predictable: off with the head. "Worse, they get fed to the domestic lions we keep to hunt for desert cannibals. Father says, 'Why to waste the flesh of men I own?' He's a sick man, Max." Sylvester nodded, agreeing with the feeling, but he felt the Count was not evil but too pragmatic. The man likely saw everything from the eyes of, "Can it benefit me?" My lord." "My lord, please." Sylvester stopped and looked to the side. The Crusaders tasked with guarding his surroundings were preventing a woman from reaching him. I just wish to speak, please. Felix unsheathed his sword. What has your rotten luck brought us now, Max? Sylvester waved his hand at the guards to let her come close, but simultaneously, he kept his senses high to smell her emotions. Fear, anxiety, and sadness, she's broken. Sylvester allowed her to reach him. The woman appeared like any other middle-aged woman, but dirt poor from the looks of it. She wore a dirty, patched brown peasant gown that was God knows how old. She had dirt all over her black hair, and her blue eyes appeared devoid of all happiness. But what made Sylvester pitiful were the two kids on her side. Both boys, wearing old tunics and pants, no shoes. They appeared 10 and 6 years old but were highly malnourished. Sylvester raised his palm at them and used some light magic to make them feel warm. Speak your mind, children of Solis. Thud. Seeing his light magic, the woman fell to her knees and forced her children to do the same. But she didn't cry and merely took a folded parchment from her gown and extended it to Sylvester. My lord, I heard the great Lord Bard is here. The archpriest of the monastery ignored my request and called me a lunatic, but I do not lie, my lord. What is this? Sylvester took the parchment and read it in silence, and the more he read, the more curious he became about this case. You claim your elder brother is a cardinal in the Holy Land, and you wish to ask him for help. Sylvester asked her to ensure he read it right. The woman nodded vigorously. Yes, my lord. His name is Robert Maxim. He's a cardinal, but what he does I know not. I was wedded to the master of these lands before he died, and his second wife took all his inheritance. She had the support of her father, another master of nearby lands. I have nothing left. My children are dying a slow death. I sent many letters to my brother over the past year but received no reply. I believe he is not receiving these letters. So all I ask of you is that you give him this last cry for help. That is all I ask, for nothing more. She finally started crying as the sense of hope made her emotions come out. Her sons tried to wipe her tears, but she just hugged them tight and wept. Sylvester reread the whole letter. The more he read it, the more he appreciated this woman. In the entire letter, she didn't ask for money once. All she asked her brother was to help her find a job. But what made Sylvester amused and confused was the cardinal. Why would a cardinal, the highest ordinary clergy rank achievable, not help his own sister even with all the means readily available? Chapter 208. The Mad Queen. He looked at the kneeling woman and commanded her with the name he read on the letter. Rise, Lady Helga. She cleaned her eyes and shook her head vigorously. I am no lady, my lord. I'm just a peasant. I don't want any pity. I only want work to make an honest living and feed my children. Even Felix was impressed by her strong will to be self-sufficient. Sylvester nodded and put the letter into his robe's pocket. You are the sister of a cardinal. No matter what the vows say, you and he are related. Since my vows tell me all clergymen are my brothers, that makes you my sister. He then fiddled with his pockets and took out a little pouch. Take this not as a pity, my sister. This is your reward for standing up to the Lord's testing. Worry not, I will get this letter to your brother. Until then, use this to better your lives. She first had a defiant look, but once she glanced at her children, she took the money with shivering hands. But then she clasped her hands together and prayed to Sylvester with her eyes closed. It was unknown what she said under her breath, but the sense Sylvester felt was full of worship. You shine people's lives as bright as the traveling bard says, my lord, she said. I will pray that you overcome all hurdles in life, no matter what. Sylvester chuckled, knowing it would take much more than that to fix his rotten luck. Take care of yourself and your children. Sylvester patted the heads of the two boys and walked away. The scene was witnessed by all the nearby villagers and the crusaders. Ped. Makesy, good boy. Murad suddenly tapped on Sylvester's head and praised him. Sylvester chuckled and patted Murad's head back. It's all possible because of the chunky bank, my furry lord. HMPH, you're right, Makesy. I'm a big, fat, rich cat. Sylvester ignored Murray's almost slip of the tongue and looked back as Felix had not come yet. What's he doing now? Felix appeared to take a ring from his finger and hand it to the woman. Then he also patted the heads of the boys and jogged to Sylvester. He, what are you watching, Max? I'm a god's favored and archpriest too. I shall, oh, fuck. I gave her the diamond ring instead of the gold ring. Sylvester shook his head and walked away. I'll ask my brother to send me another. Anyway, why are you kind to some and so vengeful to others? Felix asked as they made their way back to the carriage. You asked me the wrong question, my friend. Instead, you should ask me, why am I generally so kind to these peasants and even slaves than those nobles? You hate feudalism? Felix asked. No, I hate nobody, Sylvester responded. I merely go by common sense. A noble does a crime usually out of selfish needs or sickly minds. A peasant usually commits a crime out of helplessness or necessity. The most common crime is the theft of food and money, Felix. They do it because there is no other way. And then we have cases like the woman we saw. These people have nobody looking out for them, and in my eyes they are as much, if not more important as the followers of Solis. Remember, if numbered enough, even ants can devour an elephant. You see peasants. I see the largest social class that, if united, can destroy anything in their path. Felix whistled. Good Lord, so you're playing the long game. Don't tell me you also pay the bards to sing for you around the saw. No, I don't. It would be counterproductive because if someday someone pays them more to speak against me, then they do it. Right now, they sing out of the goodness of their heart and admiration of me. Felix sighed and relaxedly folded his arms behind his head. I won't argue, you're smarter than me. Anyway, let's return and eat. I'm starving. Also, the last one to reach cleans the dishes. Whoosh! Felix ran away. That's not right, boy. You can't escape your turn for the day. Sylvester shouted and chased, but he didn't run, as that was against his noble demeanor. The following day, the Crusaders again began their journey and headed to Baron Redmond's keep. The place was 5 hours away from their location. But it took them 7 hours since they had a long procession, and the roads were not wide or smooth enough. Lady Aurora's carriage had no problem, but the other supply carriages would have their wheels break down now and then. However, Sylvester and the rest had taken horses by now, as they didn't wish to appear spoiled in front of the Baron. That's the keep of Baron Lord Bard, one of the knights pointed. Slowly, they made their way into the little town around the Baron's keep. As they arrived, the townspeople were initially scared, wondering what mess their lord had created now. But as per Sylvester's command, the first task of Crusaders was to spread around and tell people they meant no harm and who they were. This was to avoid another situation similar to the Green City. As for Sylvester, he rode his horse into the Baron's keep. It was not too big but was still a well-built stone castle with defensive walls and a small moat around it. But seeing its state, it was clear that wealth was not a strong point of this house. As they rode in front of the castle's gates, a small crowd came out of the castle. The man at the front appeared modestly dressed with no jewelry. He didn't even look like nobility with his ordinary clothes, black hair, and pale skin. Sylvester fixed his robes and gracefully stood at the lead in the middle of his companions. It's good to meet you, Baron Redmond. I am the Grand Crusader, Lord's Bard, Archpriest Sylvester Maximilian, and this is Lady Aurora, the 10th Guardian of Light. I'm not the Baron. Where is the Baron? Lady Aurora stepped forward. The man nervously answered. I am his prima, Jason Woods. Baron and his family have gone to Duke's Castle to attend the harvest celebrations. Didn't Baron's daughter recently get murdered and her body mutilated? Felix questioned. Yes, may Solis grant peace to Lady Wanda. Then why isn't he mourning her death? Gabriel asked this time. She was his sixth daughter. Ah, that makes sense. She was expendable human then. When will he be back? Sylvester inquired. By tomorrow, my lord. All of you can rest inside the castle until then. Please, I welcome you. Sylvester just walked away as he wished to investigate the town first, and this was the best time to do it. Thank you, but I must refuse. We shall rest in our camps. Inform us when the Baron returns. As they left, Felix rode close to Sylvester. What's the plan? Overturn the entire town. Find any clue possible. What? As the moonlit night shrouded the Saul, a meeting was taking place in the Green City, still under the control of the Inquisitors. In the southern tower of the royal palace, near the wall, a woman sat alone on the top floor's balcony. Her blonde hair was untied and fluttered in the wind. Her face was now old but clearly showed the remnants of the beauty she must have been in the past. Her gray eyes, however, showed nothing but vengefulness as she heard the heavy footsteps and the thuds of staff behind. Been a while, Lord Inquisitor. Lady Rixina, I hope you're healthy and doing well. She scoffed, almost spitting. What can I say other than thank you for crippling me? Now don't tell me you people were not behind it. My son may be, but I am no fool. Lord Inquisitor didn't sit and just stood in front of her, looking at her paralyzed body, stuck in a wooden wheelchair with only her head movable. You reap what you sow, Lady Rixina. I warned you times and times again that from war you had nothing to gain. Gain? She boomed, her eyes widening in rageful anger and her face turning pale red. You bloody sunfuckers. All I asked you people was that you let me take back Riveria, that I be allowed to bring back the Gracia Empire. Clearly, you couldn't let that happen, am I right? Inquisitor High Lord's eyes behind the visor shined red as the air in the vicinity turned warm, almost burning. Bam! He lifted his staff and slammed its bottom tip on her chest. Disrespect my faith again, and I will end your bloodline, woman. Do not test my patience. Ha ha ha, end my bloodline. Fuck you, Lord Inquisitor. So high and mighty, yet what are you? A slave to those who claim to be holy. I respect you. You are perhaps the true servant of the Lord, but those you serve are not. That Pope, he's a sham. For control and power, he'd fall to depths even the vilest wouldn't. Gah! As the staff pressed on her chest, she coughed out blood. Kill me if you wish to, my lord. You already took everything away from me. That war, I was winning it. All elders of the family were ready to strike. We were going to take back Riveria in one swoop, until you meddled. Lord Inquisitor retracted his staff. Because we wished for no bloodshed. Your war would have killed thousands of wizards and knights, even of grand wizard rank. That in the future would have weakened us in the war against Bisteria. You also have Masan and Antilight to worry about now. You would have ruined everything. She shook her head in ridicule and focused outside on the city. Being on the highest floor, she could see all the lights in the streets below. I know who is behind the murders and vile mutilations. Who? Lord Inquisitor asked, urgency apparent in his usually calm voice. Ha, I was the last decent Gracia ruler, my lord. My sons are buffoons, and my daughter is a useless, pretty flower. Now, do you know what I wish to see the most? Who is it? Answer me, woman. Lord Inquisitor again pressed his staff on her chest, this time much harsher. But she just laughed even when blood spewed out of her mouth. Ha ha ha, look at this beautiful city, my beautiful kingdom. Sad that you ignored all my past concerns. Now, all I wish is to watch this realm burn. Ha ha ha. She stared at Inquisitor High Lord, laughing madly with a vengeful fire in her eyes. Burn it to the ground, my lord. Destroy this realm so no one shall have it. You people wish to rule my kingdom. Go ahead, have it. After all the fiery gashes, you shall be none but rulers of ashes. Madness took over her mind. Her laughs echoed and her hair fluttered with the wind, broken so badly that there was nothing left to amend. In the city outside, None knew their queen mother wished for their end. Chapter 209, SSR. Nothing. In the entire town, they looked for clues but found nothing. They asked people around, but they did not remember anything other than learning the news of the murder and mutilation of Lady Wanda. Heck, they only learned about the murder from the rumors. The thing was, Sylvester learned from the peasants that Lady Wanda was not even good-looking. She looked like a man, and the Baron was crazily looking for a match for her, but to no avail. Most people didn't know the woman at all. That left them at square one yet again, with no clues. All they could hope was that the Baron would be helpful and tell them something about the case, or at least recognize the sketch of Sir Kenworth, the most wanted man in Gracia at the moment, with a reward of 1,000 gold graces on his head. The reward was huge, as Duke Grimton and Count Raftel were funding it. "I'm tired. I've talked with so many people and they say the same thing. She was ugly, nobody knew her, and they didn't care." Felix tiredly returned to Sylvester's tent to report. "Same with the rest. Stop searching now. The Baron should be returning soon enough." Sylvester was busy writing something. "What are you doing?" "Finishing my book," Sylvester replied. "I need a little more inspiration, and I think I will have it once we solve this case. The book is supposed to be aimed at every single person in the world, or at least those who follow the faith of Solis. It gives out warnings and various hymns, telling how easy it is for a man to fall into depravity. How life can, in an instant, turn a harmless puppy into a ferocious wolf. This is full of tales and situations people can take inspiration from. It's a manual of sorts on what to do, how not to fall and lose all." Felix quickly came beside Sylvester and took a peek. Are these new hymns or the old ones?" "New." "Sweet," Felix exclaimed. "I love reading your hymns. Can't wait to be the first reader of this book and use these hymns on pretty noble ladies. They dig a good poem." Sylvester chuckled and continued to work. "Only if you focused on your training as much as you do in finding a girl. I am about to rank up, my friend. Move fast, or I'll leave you behind." "What's in what? Knight or wizard rank? Wait, why are you not wearing the rank plate even now?" Sylvester shrugged, dismissing it as not a big deal. "Lost it to the Shadow Knight when it came after me. Haven't got time to go to the administration office and get a new one yet." Thud. "My lord." All of a sudden, a loud thump of the foot resounded, and at the gate of his tent a Crusader knight appeared, saluting him. "The Baron has returned, my lord. Prima Jason Woods has come to invite you." "Good lad, it seems training them didn't go to waste." Sylvester proudly nodded. He had given the men a short session on marching and behaving with the senior, especially in a public setting. "At ease. Tell the Prima that I will be at the castle in a few minutes. Tell Lady Aurora, Priest Gabriel and Bishop Lazark to meet me there too." He ordered and started to gather his luggage. He looked around and found Murege lazily sleeping near the entrance, with sunlight falling on him. He went close to him and lightly tapped him without acting suspicious. He then left behind his items so Murege could eat them and also follow him back. Sylvester didn't take horses this time as the camp was not too far away from the castle. On his way, others also joined him, all except Isabella. Sylvester didn't allow her to meet any high nobles because the chances of them having seen her before were very high. "The Baron is likely not going to be helpful," Sylvester briefed them. "Let's try the old tactics of good guy and bad guy. Lady Aurora and Felix, you be the crooks, threaten him of destroying his house if they don't cooperate. Then I will appear, shining like a night star, and gently ask him." "Got it," Lady Aurora agreed immediately. "What if they still disagreed?" Felix asked. Sylvester faced Bishop Lazark this time. "If love and anger fail, then fear shall prevail. Everyone wets themselves in front of a necromancer after all. I'm sure the bishop can do a trick to get the job done. I can melt one of their bodies and turn them into undead." "Calm down, Bishop," Sylvester quickly stopped him. "We want to scare them, not kill them. Just summon one of your undeads. They have to have a few skeletons lying under their lands." "Understood, Lord Bard." Soon they arrived near the castle walls. They had a lot more guards now since the Baron had returned. The Prima was also waiting for them near the gates. "Lord Bard and Lady Tenth, I hope you had a good night's sleep. Come, the Baron has ordered for a feast to be held to honor your holy arrival to these lands." Prima Jason started his usual bootlicking. "I can actually use a feast right now. Been a few days since I've had a proper meal," Sylvester thought and followed the Prima inside. The castle from the inside was like any other ordinary castle. Most castles he had seen were identical unless they belonged to a king or some high noble. Most didn't have much character or flavor in them, and this one was one of those extra bland ones. There were no decorations other than some paintings and a few lanterns to illuminate the castle. There were no gold or beautiful carvings. Only once they arrived in a place one could call the Great Hall, they saw some decorations in the form of silk curtains and engravings. But gold was still nowhere to be seen, nor silver or any other precious stone. Sylvester didn't speak and let Gabriel announce their names and positions, all for the sake of building superiority in the latter's mind. "Baron Redman, you are in the presence of Lady Aurora, 10th Guardian of Light, Lords Bard and Grand Crusader, Sylvester Maximilian and Sword of Solis, Felix Sandwall," Gabriel announced as they were the most senior. Bishop Lazark was left, as it was better if he didn't come into focus. The Baron was fat. There was no telling where his chest ended and belly started. It was all just a big bloat. His face was so fat that his eyes, nose, and mouth seemed like a small spot over his colossal head. His cheeks resembled a bulldog as well. He had dirty red hair and black eyes, nothing that would say he was of nobility. Even his clothes were that of any average merchant. "Your holy presence has truly graced this land and the castle, Lord Bard and Lady Tenth. I welcome you to my humble abode and the feast I have prepared." The Baron spoke sweetly. His voice was not manly either. Sylvester agreed, appreciative of the attitude, and decided to first see the Baron's whole family and understand what they were like. "Thank you, my lord. Please guide the way." So they soon arrived in the dining hall, where a big long table was set, and the servants were placing the dishes on it, decorating it. But what Sylvester was amazed at was that, other than the servants and slaves, everyone else was fat, including the Baroness and likely the daughters of the Baron. "This is my small family, my wife and my 5 daughters. They are my world, they are my everything." The Baron introduced Sylvester to everyone. If his 6th daughter was supposed to be ugly compared to these, then she must have probably been a demon. Sylvester thought to himself and took a seat. He listened to everyone making small talk and eating. He could feel the happiness in the family. There was joy, warmth, and excitement for some reason. "How was the Duke, my lord?" Sylvester asked. The Baron's eyes shined as if he waited for this to be asked. "He's marvelous, my lord. He is brilliant and should have been the king, honestly. He decided to compensate us lords if our crops suffered any climate disaster. He even helped me set up marriages for all my daughters. He's amazing." "He means whatever he says. Interesting." Sylvester nodded and ate his food. He didn't ask the man anything until lunch ended, when they proceeded into the Baron's solar. The place also appeared ordinary, with nothing but a wooden desk and some bookshelves around the walls. "Baron Redman, we are investigating the murders of noble women around the kingdom, which occurred in a similar fashion as your 6 daughters. Kidnapped, murdered, breasts cut. Do you have any clue about the culprit or any suspicions?" Sylvester asked as he sat in front of the Baron with a small diary in his hand. The Baron rubbed his shin and moved across the room to open a drawer embedded into the wall. "As much as it was saddening what happened to her, I have now gotten over her death. Call me heartless, but none of us loved her. She was an ugly little thing, cruel in mind and nasty in the tongue, always creating trouble and hurting the servants. She even beheaded our little cats. But I did investigate it and found this little knife near the murder location. The Baron brought the knife draped in red silk cloth. Sylvester took it and checked it closely. This is too ordinary to be of any use to us. There are no markings and it appears to be crudely made. Can you tell us about the murderer? Did you see him? A man by the name of Sir Kenworth. The Baron shook his head. None at all, Lord Bard. This is a remote part of the world. We're just farmers here making a living in the fields. You are the only outsider to visit us in months, and trust me when I say it, if anyone from outside enters my lands, I'd know. Sylvester frowned and cursed in his mind. Damn it, this is useless. The entire trip was for nothing. So many months and still nothing. So there is nothing that can help us find the murderer. Lady Aurora stood up. I'm afraid I can't help, esteemed lady. What now? Felix blurted, looking at Sylvester. Sylvester also stood up and bowed his head lightly. May the holy light enlighten you, my lord. I must take my leave now. We shall leave your lands in a day. You can stay as long as you wish, Lord Bard. I am honored to meet you. The Baron saw them out of the castle and entered the town. Sylvester was frustrated and felt helpless. There was no clue to take the next step now. Where should I go now? Back to Lord Inquisitor? No, that won't help us. There has to be something. There is no such thing as a perfect crime. Bam! All of a sudden in the crowded town market, a young boy crashed into him. Sylvester quickly helped. Be careful, child. Watch where you're going. I came to see you, my lord. The boy scaredly spoke and took out a little piece of paper from his pocket. He told me to give you this. Who? Sylvester looked left and right in a frown. But his heart knew what this would be, another blessing in a mysterious disguise. He took the parchment and found a cryptic message on it. Search where you shouldn't, for the sinner sits where you wouldn't. High on the ladder they create chaos, for they have no ethos. SSR. SSR. Chapter 210. Sylvester vs. Lady Aurora. What's this now? A mystery well-wisher. Felix took the parchment and read it as well. Sylvester was meanwhile in more confusion than he had begun with. The short message could mean many things, but what gave him the headache was the big question. Who and why? As far as he remembered, he had no real friends in such places where they could help him. Inquisitor High Lord would have solved the case if that was the case. So, who was this secret helper now? And does this mean he has infiltrated high places? He had more questions than answers. Not to mention, there was another possibility. It could just be a ploy by someone to steer his investigation away. Boy, who gave this to you? Can you describe him? Sylvester focused on the kid, likely 10 years old. The boy was clearly scared of the tall and armored bunch of them, so Sylvester knelt down and handed him a silver coin. Tell me, and you can have another. Tall man. He was very tall and wore big black robes with a hood. I only saw his long white beard but not his face. He gave me 1 gold grace and asked me to give you the thing. The boy answered while his eyes remained on the coin. Did he tell you anything about himself? No, the boy shook his head firmly. He give me money and I work. I made more money than I would in 2 months. This is my happy month. Of course, the boy didn't know what he did or what it meant. A commoner's life starts with surviving and ends the same way. So the boy's happiness was understandable. Sylvester smelled no lies, so being honest with his words, he handed him 2 silver crowns. Don't spend it all, kid. Give it to your mother and tell her to buy food with it. I will, my lord, bye-bye. The boy ran away quickly. Sylvester got up and looked back seriously. I don't know who is behind this. Let's move on and discuss our next steps in Lady Aurora's carriage. He knew he was very smart, but Lady Aurora and Bishop Lazark were too, and above all, they were more experienced. So he decided to include them in the suggestions. They all arrived back inside the carriage as it had excellent noise insulation. Then, around the little table in the middle, they talked about the message. The message clearly tells you to go for the highest seat in the kingdom, Felix started. But it could also be talking about the highest seat in the duchy or the county, Gabriel chimed in. Sylvester rubbed his chin and didn't ignore the remaining part of the message. It talked about somewhere I would never sit, somewhere I shouldn't look, somewhere high on the social ladder. That leaves us the highest nobles of the kingdom, the king and the dukes. Me being a clergyman of ordinary background, even if I were to leave the church somehow, I would never get to be in their shoes. King and crown prince perhaps, Lady Aurora blurted. No, Isabella opposed. They were talking about her brothers, after all. Sylvester patted her shoulder and shook his head. You can't say that you know your brothers well, Isabella. Everyone has two sides, one they show to family and one they let out when they hold power. Every noble is under suspicion, and until we haven't caught the culprit, we shall keep looking for him in all castle halls. But why would my brothers do something like this? Only they can answer it, Sylvester replied and made up his mind. He wanted to ignore the message he had received, as there was a high chance it was meant to mislead him. But seeing the initials printed on it, SSR, it meant that the person behind it wanted him to find him out. Not that he had any other choice, either. We're close to the Duke, so let's pay him a visit, Sylvester decided. And Isabella, do not think we're going out of our way to incriminate your family. We're only doing our job. If you can't set aside your personal feelings, you better return to Green City. She vigorously shook her head. No, I cut my hair and did all this to help you investigate. If one of my brothers is found to be behind this, then I will gladly accept any punishment you inflict on me, us. Without furthering the discussion, Sylvester went out and ordered the Crusaders to move out. But they were going to spend the night there again as they were already too late. Crusade commanders Eros, Hartwin, Gibbons, and Torfin report to me in my tent. Sylvester moved away after ordering a group of Crusaders. These four were the Crusade commanders that Sylvester had selected after the past few days of close observation. He looked for intelligence, presence of mind, magical and knightly abilities, and above all, the origin. He avoided any nobles as he believed they were the fastest to go corrupt. Meanwhile, the commoners had suffered the plight themselves, so they didn't readily inflict it upon others. These four men each commanded a battalion of 250 men, and Sylvester was training these four so they could pass on the teachings to other soldiers, all in the hopes that one day they'd become his elite troops, only loyal to him. But he also knew that to win loyalty, he first needed to do something worthy of it. Makesy, can I go and see the market? Muraj spoke as they were alone in his tent. Sylvester looked at the furry boy. The last time you went, you nearly died. You still want to go? Fine, but do not enter the castle. Who knows what magical means they have? It's always unpredictable. Aye, Makesy, I will bring you some fruits too. Muraj quickly ran off. You mean a banana? Sylvester thought and silently worked on a few parchments. Thud. My lord, you called us. Soon, the four men arrived in front of Sylvester. Each of them came from a varying background, either in service of some merchant group or some lord before starting the crusade. At least take seats, Sylvester ordered them and extended the four parchments he was writing on. I have something to discuss with you three. Since I've been training you in leadership and battle warfare, I've only focused on marching and teamwork. Now the time has come to begin the actual battle training and various formations. Also, skills in how to deal with various conditions and fight an enemy with a larger army. How to create traps for the enemies. These documents contain such things, and you must memorize them before burning them away. The four men silently read them for a few minutes and nodded. Eros among them was a big burly man, smart and always serious. Meanwhile, Hartwin was a tall, serious man. Gibbons was the youngest and Torfin was a tall, cheerful black man. "This is easy, my lord," Torfin spoke. "It's easy to memorize, but when it comes to the actual battlefield and managing hundreds of soldiers, it's not as easy," Sylvester warned them. After all, it wasn't just them who had to memorize the formations. Their job was to teach them to other soldiers too. "You have until tomorrow morning to memorize everything. Good luck." Sylvester dismissed them as his own time to train was coming. "Understood, Lord Bard." They saluted with arms crossed on their chests and left quickly. Soon, Sylvester also put his things away. "I should start working on my next strong move. I hope Lady Aurora will be good enough to help." Sylvester had realized by now that he stood at a unique place in history as a man with an extreme amount of light magic affinity and a strong affinity with all other elements. He had the opportunity to come up with unique attacks never seen before. But the Wrath of Heavens had its own shortcomings. It was small, too precise, and the move was wasted if missed. Hence, he wished to have something that could damage a large area in a single action. So he soon arrived in an open field far away from the town and the baron. The field had its crops recently harvested, so they had enough space to fight. The weather was also great, sunny and warm. "Ready?" Lady Aurora lazily stood a few meters away from Sylvester, not taking him seriously. Sylvester held his spear in his right hand, ready to act. "Let's make this one count." "Woohoo, beat her ass, Max," Felix was shouting from the distant side. "I don't think I can." I need a strategy," Sylvester thought, knowing the difference between him and Lady Aurora was huge. He'd need to live for decades to reach her level, and that is if he went all out in pursuit of power. Otherwise, it'd require a century. This was not a spar. This was going to be a real half-serious fight where they were allowed to injure one another as long as it was not a mortal wound. But of course, they were taking this risk only because Isabella was there to heal them. "Make the first move, Blondie." Sylvester grunted. "All right, I'll have to make her bleed at least and shut her mouth." Sylvester knew that the difference in their physical strength was enormous too. And most likely, Lady Aurora had experience fighting against all elemental wizards in the past. So, he decided to use a light element, one she had probably never fought against. First comes the disturbance. Sylvester didn't charge ahead. Instead, he started running around Lady Aurora, making a large circle and releasing tens of whirling fire storms. The tornadoes provided good space to remain out of Lady Aurora's sight. "Haha, you want to beat me with this," she boomed. Sylvester didn't respond and kept running, slowly inching closer to her by making the circle smaller. Now comes the clones. Whoosh! He tried it for the first time but believed it should work. So he used light magic to the fullest and covered his entire body with light, so much so that he only appeared as a humanoid body made of light. But that was only the beginning, as he used light magic to create similar humanoid bodies around himself, identical in height and size. There were 20 in total, his limit. "Good. I smell doubt now," he cheered, sensing Lady Aurora could not tell which was the real him. "Hiding now, Blondie." "Try all you want, I shall not speak." He knew she was trying to find the real him. Now the next step, attack. 20 light clones started running in circles as well and slowly inched closer, now faster. They were all identical, so there was no telling which one was real. Finally, Lady Aurora made a move as she used her sword to send a slicing blade made of wind magic. SHH. It passed right through a few of the clones. She then repeated it, wishing to hit all clones. But Sylvester had prepared something else. His aim was to push himself, after all, so he tried to replicate the wrath of heaven from each of his clones. Boom! 20 beams of light got sent off towards her in the middle. The light was so intense that everything else outside the close vicinity seemed black. Meanwhile, the heat was menacing. "Not today," she scoffed, and just as the beams of light were about to strike her, she jumped into the air. "But, ha, got you!" Sylvester boomed and swung his spear, as right above her head he appeared. Slash. Chapter 211. Bystander in Danger. Slash. The moment she reached her maximum height, to her utter shock, Sylvester was there, waiting for her on a light tile like an angel of death. He swung his spear at her face with all his strength. It smoothly burnished past her face, leaving a long streak of flesh wound on her cheek. Blood oozed out of it, shocking her to the extreme, as even harming her physically was impossible for most. Thud. Once they landed, she touched her cheek and saw her blood. "Ah, I had forgotten the color of my blood. And you, archpriest, you purposely hid you became an archwizard. Now don't mind if I go a bit harder." "Fuck," it was all Sylvester could utter once he glanced at the sky. He remembered that the code name of Lady Aurora was Thunderfall. Why was she named that? He did not know, and it seemed he was about to learn it. Boom! The sky started to turn dark, with dense clouds overtaking and shrouding the sunlight. Then slowly, the thunder began to boom and flicker all around. "Don't think you have achieved greatness by merely scratching me, Archpriest Sylvester. You have a long way ahead, but right now feel the dread." Sylvester quickly made space between himself and Lady Aurora. "Calm down, woman. Don't go overboard with your move. You might end up killing me." But she merely smirked and showed no signs of taking back her attack. The thunderstorm slowly started to intensify, and nearby, Sylvester began to strike the ground. Where it fell, it left behind a fiery red spot as the ground heated to extreme temperatures. "All right, as long as it's just the thunder, I just need to redirect it." Sylvester didn't feel too scared and instead covered himself inside a bog cocoon of the light shield. The shield was round and translucent, so he could see what went on outside. Boom! For the first time, the thunder fell directly on Sylvester's shield. Now, since his shield was made of light, definitely not a conductive material, the thunder just got absorbed into the ground after hitting him. He smirked while looking at Lady Aurora. "It seems the thunderfall has failed." Boom! Boom! "Ah, I said it too early." Instantly, stronger thunderbolts repeatedly struck the same spot of his shield this time and caused a crack to appear. Boom! Lady Aurora seemed not to go easy and kept the strike of thunderbolts concentrated on one spot. It was faster than the rate Sylvester could fix the shield with his light magic. Bam! Fuck! The thunderbolt finally entered his shield sphere. And then the dance ensued since it was completely insulating. The thunder had nowhere to escape, so it was just bouncing around while Sylvester jumped for his dear life. He knew that the moment he opened the shield, he'd get struck by a dozen more thunderbolts as they were falling outside like literal rain. Now it all made sense why her code was Thunderfall. This woman has gone crazy. Did I hurt her pride? He wondered in silence and tried to find a way out. He was in his chamber of misery as he tried to isolate the thunderbolt stuck inside his shield by making a separating wall. It was easy, but the thunderbolt was too fast. The only way out is down. He made up his mind and quickly made the shield denser, not allowing Lady Aurora to see him inside. Quickly, he created some clearance for himself to go underground. Then, he used the earth runes to make a tunnel while maintaining the shield. It took nearly all his mental capacity to focus on two magical elements separately. But slowly, it started to make progress. In no time, he had enough space to crawl underground. But as he left the shield behind to act as a decoy, his focus flickered, and the wall separating the thunderbolt was freed, though thankfully, most of it got absorbed by the earth. Bam! Arg, good lord, it hit my butt. Sylvester now had the pleasure of knowing what it felt like to be hit in the back by thunder. It was not pleasing at all as he felt the burning, the sting and the vibrations. But he was utterly focused on ending this battle now at all costs. If he couldn't defeat her directly, indirect means were always welcome. After all, in a real battle, all that matters is that you win, not how you win. He dug the tunnel underground towards Lady Aurora. He had already calculated everything. He knew how far she was and how much he had to dig. Not to mention, he had left behind a rune to make it appear he was still making a shield when he entered the ground. He moved towards her at great speed and slowly arrived just underneath her. All right, the element of surprise is my only friend. She also underestimates me greatly. So, let's try this. Sylvester didn't have a large window of opportunity since he expected the light rune to vanish at any moment now. So, he focused all his magic towards the top and lightly dug up. Eventually, he felt he had come near the surface. All right, 1, 2, go. Whoosh. Boom. Take this. Sylvester dug his arms out of the surface, grabbed the legs of Lady Aurora and pulled her down into the ground. He didn't waste a moment and used earth elemental manipulation to fill the gaps and trap her completely. At the same time, he climbed out of the ground and looked down at the protruding head of Lady Aurora smugly. How does the dirt taste like, Lady Aurora? Haha, look again, she scoffed. Sylvester looked down and found his feet were also in the grasp of Lady Aurora. He didn't feel them as it seemed she had caught him right when he was getting out. He realized he was never that far ahead of her as she could quickly negate everything with her enormous strength. Archpriest Sylvester, you have genuinely baffled me with your improved battle tactics and presence of mind. But you can never win against raw strength unless you inflict a killing blow. Me being dug into the ground is as much of a hindrance as standing in water. Sylvester sighed, so what now? Accept defeat, or else I won't pull you into the ground but rather break your ankles. Isabella can easily heal them, but you will feel pain. Lady Aurora threatened. I'd tell you to reconsider, Lady Aurora. I still have one last move. It may not kill you, but it can certainly do something worse. He quickly placed his right palm near his chest while looking down. It was facing the head of Lady Aurora. Then he started singing a hymn, and a halo appeared behind his head. O holy ethereal light of the Lord, shine bright for the sake of your bard. Rests my enemy under my feet, our fight stalled. May your light burn, so she may be left bald. What? Lady Aurora was alerted by the word bald. She loved her hair like any other self-respecting woman. They were the love of her life as they made her appear feminine, her silky, shiny, beautiful brown hair. Bald, 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 she smiles so smugly. Oh Lord, may my light turn her fugly. Lady Aurora's eyes showed worry for the first time as she smelled of tangerines, signifying anxiety. But it felt sweet to Sylvester as he kept singing. She felt stuck, as she knew the shining light on Sylvester's palm would hit her if she tried to get out or break his ankle. The perfect lady, or so she was called. Nothing will be left, only the ugly bald. Truce, she shouted. If I break your ankle, it will hurt. If you hurt me, I will go bald. Let's call it a draw, okay? But Sylvester didn't stop, for he realized that she loved her hair more than he loved his feet. The deal was in his favor as he knew Isabella could fix his feet in minutes, but hair, once gone, would take months to return. So he continued to sing, louder. Look, the vile confidence in her eyes. O Lord, her hair, show them its demise. She cursed openly. You runt, this is preposterous, this is dishonorable, this is blackmail. Now my sermon comes to an end. For she has decided to. I surrender. Look, I've released your feet. She begrudgingly released him, but her eyes appeared truly angered as she had never expected to lose like this. Sylvester didn't even wait to help her out. Instead, he simply ran away because he knew she was mad. See you in town, Lady Aurora, and I won, ha-ha. Of course, his laughs were the salt on her wounds, as she slowly pulled herself off the ground with her teeth gritting. However, she didn't chase Sylvester, as even she knew what he did was absolutely amazing. That rascal, he acts so honorable and enlightening but is so scummy at times, she complained to herself. However, then she noticed a certain tall, black-haired boy, so she went to him, caught his ear, and pulled him away. "So you wanted him to beat my ass, huh?" Felix tried to fight. What? I never challenged you, my lad. But I did take you 3 as my students. Get ready now. Bam! What? Back in town, Sylvester went right away to find Isabella to get his minor injuries healed. However, she lived in Lady Aurora's carriage, so he knew he was still in dangerous territory and wished to get it done quickly. What happened to you, Sylvester? Isabella worriedly helped him over and started healing him. Her eyes showed genuine worry, and that was something Sylvester appreciated. Nothing, a friendly spar with Lady Aurora. Who won? She inquired while applying ointment to his face, and then using healing magic to seal the wounds. I did, he proclaimed. Bam! Just then the carriage door opened, and Gabriel appeared, holding Felix by the shoulder. Ishabura herp. I guess you didn't win. Sylvester held his laughter, seeing Felix's swollen face, bumps on his head, and bloodied face. Felix showed the middle finger. Fuck you. Chapter 212, Song of the Crusade. Thankfully, Isabella was a great healer when it came to minor wounds, and for that, she instantly became everyone's favorite. Still, even when Sylvester did see her in a positive light, it was never with irrational blind trust. But the Crusaders were also happy with her as she healed the injured men. She was more like a real bright mother at this point. After a day of training, they left Baron Redmond's lands to reach the Duke the next day. They hoped to make the whole journey in one go. You did well, Archpriest Sylvester. Lady Aurora praised him as they sat around in the large carriage, doing their own things. Gabriel and Bishop Lazark were reading books. Felix was outside, messing around with Crusaders, while Lady Isabella stared boredly at the road. Muraj was, as always, sleeping on Sylvester's lap. If it was a real fight, I believe I would have died, Lady Aurora. You need not act humble with me. I know my body's reality. Sylvester replied while he prepared a few throwing knives for himself. Lady Aurora took one and sharpened it too. And if this were a real battle, I would have been blinded in one eye. So don't humble yourself either, Archpriest. That clone move you made, if you had wished to, you could have thrust that spear into my eye, my weakest point. That Sylvester also knew. I do have a decent brain, I guess. Indeed, and that makes you all the more deadly. Mastery over the body and mind at the same time is the toughest nut to crack. It is often the mind you subdue the last, but in your case, it's the opposite. From what I've seen, you're smart and mature, but your body has become its own limitation. She put the blade down and stared into his eyes. Yet, at 17, you have become an archwizard. This is not normal, Archpriest. You will have many eyes on you. Many wizards will be after your blood. I know, nearly everyone I meet tries to kill me, Sylvester grunted. You misunderstood me. I meant they'd literally be after your blood to do tests and see how you can grow so strong so fast. They try to learn how to unlock their own potential too. So, try your best not to be turned into an experimental cat, she gravely warned. And certainly, the warning sent alarm bells ringing in his head. How do I protect my blood now? Wait, experimental cats, Sylvester blurted. They use cats for experimentation. She nodded as if it was nothing major. Of course, they are the favorite for most wizards experimenting with body tempering or some other biological magic. Sylvester's eyes instantly darted towards his lap. Could Chonky be someone's test subject? But there was no way of knowing it unless he were to look into various records in the Holy Land. Not to mention, Muraj had no real name, so what happened to him before being turned invisible was impossible to know. Nevertheless, The fact that he breathed was proof enough that he was alive. Lord Bard see this. He was brought back to his senses by Bishop Lazark's call. "What is it, Bishop?" "Look at this coin. I bartered this coin from the child who handed you that little message. I found something strange on it," Bishop Lazark said as he held the gold grace in his palm. "Look at the coin. It appears this has been forged. The weight is off by a fraction, and the series number makes no sense. According to this, the coin was minted on the other side of the continent, but we have no minting factories there. Only the engraving on blank coins is done there." Sylvester looked at the coin from up close and nodded. This was clearly minted in one go, from top to bottom, or else the engraving would have shown a slight difference in color from the base coin. Sylvester closed his eyes and thought about all the clues. SSR, and now this. The initials don't make sense, but this coin screams at me, telling me to come to the west side of Saul. But why would someone invite me? Could it really be that spy? But the kid said the man had a long white beard. A real old man or a disguise? "May I keep this coin, Bishop?" "Sure, Lord Bard. It's useless anyway, or else, if caught, it can land one in trouble." Sylvester silently kept trying to find anything else on the coin. It was clearly not a coincidence. It was supposed to reach him one way or another. So many mysteries. I'm starting to understand now how tough being a pope may be. He probably deals with a dozen such mysteries every day. Eventually, he gave up trying to read anything more and just looked outside the window. They were halfway through the way, and the Crusaders sang the song of the crusade while marching with their horses. The roaring singing voice was disciplined and felt like one, which made listening to it greatly pleasant. "You're amazing at writing songs, Sylvester." Princess Isabella spoke in awe of 1,000 men singing together. "That's my thing, Isabella." Sylvester chuckled and started to hum along. "My brother on the left, brother on the right. We come together for the evil we must fight. Vanquish the darkness and paint the world in holy light. Fear not, we're the end of all your plight. Move the legs, move the hooves, now we march. Vows we have taken, no sin we shall silently watch. Our hearts in honor remain forever tidy. For we are the mighty, in service of the Almighty. Off with the arm, off with the leg, off with the head. In the hearts of unholy shall rise all but dread. Strong we stand tall until all fears are shed. In name of the Lord, we fight until our body lies dead. The reason we were made, for justice, our lives we trade. No matter how heavy the price that must be paid. We stand mighty, never afraid. We are the men of Holy Crusade. The song of the march was blood-pumping and exciting for all men, so they didn't get as tired as they usually would have. After all, traveling was too dull in the current times. But that seemed to be coming to a change as Felix exclaimed beside the carriage. "Whoa, look at that tree. A man and a woman are kissing. So much love weight is that a rope around their necks frick." They jumped. Bam! Sylvester also saw the scene take place. They were nearing a town, so they didn't act surprised to see people. But as the army marched and the carriage passed by, he noticed a middle-aged woman and a young man kissing on the tree, and then hanging themselves. Out of reflex, Sylvester jumped out of the carriage and threw one of the throwing knives he was preparing. It cut the rope in the middle as the man and the woman tied one end of it each and jumped in opposite directions. But it appeared the woman was heavier, hence her weight pulled the man further up, harming him more. Thud! The woman fell to the ground on her back, but the man hung onto the branch and remained on the tree. "Soldiers, hold this woman strong," Sylvester quickly ordered and looked up. "You gentlemen come down." "No, I will never go away. I love Jenny. If we can't be each other's, we'll be nobody's." Sylvester folded his arms. "Fine then, jump down, I will catch you." The man panicked and angrily growled. "Just go away. Why are you hindering my life? Let us end it ourselves. It's our wish." "Foolish boy," a crusader roared. "Speak with respect, for you stand before the bard of the Lord, great Sylvester Maximilian." When did they add "great" before my name? Sylvester noticed the subtle changes. "No, whoever you are, I don't care. Let Ginny climb up and give me the rope," the man barked. Sylvester grunted and glanced behind. The crusaders were now fully invested in this commotion. If I don't show a good side here, they'd forever see me as a heartless bastard. I might lose a few loyalty points from them. Sylvester sighed and spoke into Bishop Lazark's ear something. Following this, Bishop used a low-tier spell to bring out a skeleton from the ground. It was the lowest level undead. The skeleton belonged to someone random from the past. "You see this?" Sylvester pointed at the skeleton. "Come down, or else, if you die, I will ask this man here to enslave you as his undead forever. Do you want that?" The man fell silent, and clearly, fear took over his heart. He didn't say anything and slowly climbed down the tall tree. Bam! He was quickly caught by soldiers and made to sit with the woman. Now, when Sylvester looked at them, they appeared mismatched. The woman seemed like a middle-aged mother, while the man was young, maybe 20. Both had similar black hair and brown eyes but were definitely not related. Soon, Sylvester and his gang stood in front of the two jumpers as he asked, "Speak in the name of the Lord. Why did you try to end your lives?" The woman dejectedly spoke, "I love Harris, forever will. I cannot imagine a life without him ever. We are one and the same." Felix scoffed as if it was a simple problem. "Just run away then. What's the big deal? It happens all the time around the world." "We can't," Harris cried. "We sadly can't." The woman completed, "I can't go. I am married to a different man against my will." Sylvester sighed, not knowing what he should do or what he was allowed to do in these civil matters. Marriage-related disputes were the local noble or chief lawman's matters. "How long have you been married?" "Oh, 1 year, my lord. Harris and I have been together for a long time, but his parents refused to wed him to an older woman like me," Jenny explained. "She's lying somehow. I can smell it." Sylvester was alerted by the faint smell. "Tell me the truth. Why can't you run away? Or else I have enough ways to make you speak." He tried scaring her. With 1,000 men around there, intimidation was the easiest thing to do. Lady Aurora also angrily voiced, "Speak, woman, or we shall hold you for adultery, and you should know the punishment for it." Harris kowtowed, "My lord, she has twin kids." Lady Aurora felt confused and asked further, "And?" Jenny swallowed her saliva. "The twins are not my husbands. They are Harris." Sylvester annoyedly rubbed his face, but he wished not to waste too much time, as the laws were completely clear in this case. "You two buffoons. You could have run away before, but you instead ruined another man's life, also the kids." Anyhow, Article Null 1 of the marriage law of Solis stipulates that adultery shall be punished by hanging till death. So, unless you, woman, can get your husband to forgive you publicly, say goodbye to your necks. Or. Chapter 213, Duke of Ironstone. Or, return to your husband, tell him everything, compensate him with all the wealth you two hold, and take the children. I suppose the kids are not even a year old, so this will hurt less. Ultimately, I do not wish to see the children suffering from your vile actions. If you die together, all fingers will point to a love affair. Hence your husband will live in shame and doubt if the kids are even his. If you run away with this man, your husband might again kill himself in shame." Sylvester tried to find an optimal solution for the two lovers. He didn't care about these two, but did worry about the current husband and the kids. "Accept this, or die publicly." "But my lord, where will we go after that? This village is our home. Won't the children starve?" Jenny, the woman, asked. Sylvester eyed her in disgust. "Should have thought about that before getting married and spawning children. This is a mess of your own making. If you feel you cannot take care of the twins, then hand them to the monastery, not here but in a bigger monastery, perhaps in a city. Lady Aurora backed his advice. Nobody needs to die if you do it right, but don't forget those 2 kids are yours. If you leave them, forget reaching the arms of the Lord after dying. You will forever be left in misery, wherever it is. The couple looked at each other in confusion, but of course they wanted to live, so it took them only a short time to agree. The woman responded, "We agree to do as you suggest, my lord, but what if my husband refuses to forgive me and let me go?" Sylvester looked to the left and called 2 crusaders randomly while addressing the woman. "Tell him to think about the innocent children and not orphan them. Plead him to be compassionate in the name of the Lord. Rub your face on his feet if you have to, and do all you can to ask for forgiveness, both of you. These 2 crusaders are to remain here and watch you confess everything. If after all your attempts he refuses to forgive you, then, as per the law, I am compelled to hand you over to the monastery and get your 2 hanged. In that case, these 2 men will give the twins to the nearby city's monastery." Felix nudged them. "You are going to kill yourself anyway, so you have nothing to lose and everything to gain." "Understood, my lord," the 2 weepingly agreed. Sylvester didn't waste any more time and walked back into the carriage. Other than the 2 crusaders, all soldiers march out. The rest also entered the carriage, and soon the long march of the crusaders resumed with an echoing hymn enough to shiver hearts. "We wasted an hour on those 2. Let's hurry up now." Sylvester spoke to one of the crusade commanders near the carriage window. As the journey began again, Isabella came to sit beside him and asked, "Why were you against letting the children be given to the local monastery?" "Because the monasteries in the city have a higher oversight of the Holy Land. Let's say one day, those twins turned out to be highly talented. Then they'd be quickly sent to the Holy Land. But in a smaller monastery, some cruel caretakers may show the talent as low in the documents and ask for extra funds from the Holy Land to provide a better upbringing for the kids. The kids don't get much, sadly. The money goes into the pockets, and eventually the potential is wasted," Sylvester explained briefly. Isabella appeared shocked by it. "This is new to me. I thought the faith was pure and true." "Nothing as big as faith can be pure, Isabella. In an organization this big, corruption is anything but common. But one good thing is that it's much less than the corruption of nobles in comparison. Because while the faith often has to mingle with the people, the nobles are rulers and can easily brush off the commoners." Why was Sylvester teaching all that? Many in the carriage wondered. He was often talking to her about various things relating to administration and laws, and none would understand why. But it was all a part of Sylvester's plan, for he wanted this girl to rise up and turn from a pawn to a player, under him. "Then how corrupt is the Gracia kingdom?" she inquired. Felix barked from the side. "About 80%, I'd say. My uncle, who is a commander in the Headless Order, sends me letters. He tells how most nobles happily take bribes for ignoring certain low-level thief groups working in their towns or cities, all for a cut of their own." Sylvester agreed and parted some knowledge. "He's right. Rule one of being a ruler, Isabella. Always believe the other person is evil and corrupt. This way, if they turn out to be evil, you won't be shocked, and if they turn out good, your joy will be greater." "That's a very strange way of thinking," Isabella muttered and silently thought about it. "I hope my brother Demon isn't as corrupt. He was always the smartest and the kindest to me. He should have been the king. I don't know why Mother chose Harold." "Oh, what's this? A silent civil war for the crown. Now this does make the Duke seem full of suspicion. After all, if the nobles revolt against the king, he will benefit the most." Sylvester's interest in the Duke piqued now. And if the man was truly as smart as Isabella was saying, then it was not hard to imagine. All he could do now was hurry and reach the Duke's castle at the eastern edge of the Ironstone Duchy. Ironstone Duchy was the most prosperous duchy of the Gracia Kingdom, and usually the seat of power of the crown prince. The duchy boasts the most income in all, as it holds the most fertile lands, mines, mountains, and gold. Years ago, a great battle was fought between Gracia and Riviera to hold this land when the Gracia Empire was breaking apart. Since the duchy rested beyond the Gold River, it was easy for Riviera to attack and control. But the Gracia family knew that if they lost it, they'd lose a massive chunk of their agriculture and industrial output. So the bloodiest battle between two families was fought, dubbed the Battle of Ironstone. It resulted in 80,000 dead, 100,000 permanently wounded, and 110,000 minorly injured. Only after 3 months and Gracia's marginal victory, both families recognized the boundaries. But the damage was done as even until now, the losses had not been recovered, for they were too great. As they reached the Duke's castle, Sylvester and the rest took their horses and rode at the front of the army. Since the Duke was also a crown prince, the level of wealth and power was expected to be much higher than the likes of Duke Grimton. It was visible from the town sprawling with activity outside Duke's castle. Guards were at all times patrolling it. The same guards stopped them as they were entering the town. It was understandable. They couldn't just let an army of 1,000 enter so casually. So Sylvester went to explain, along with Lady Aurora. It didn't take them much, and they were allowed to enter, but they could only bring 50 crusaders along. The rest had to make a camp outside the town. It was an agreeable term, as Sylvester's goal was only to meet the Duke. "People seem prosperous," Sylvester commented, looking at the activities and clothes of commoners. Isabella took pride in it. "Of course, it's my brother. He was the best during Mother's rule as he was the master of finances, but Harold dismissed him after taking the throne. He has the money and the motive." Soon they made their way to the castle. It was huge and rested at the edge of the cliff, beyond which was the Blood Sea. The cliff was steep and high enough to grant a great defense from the east side. Meanwhile, on the west side, it appeared the castle was secured behind 3 layers of walls. Each was as high as 30 feet, made of stone blocks, with walkways on it that were heavily patrolled. Between each wall were a deep moat full of black water and beastly crocodiles. To cross each wall, one must pass through a thick metal gate and then cross the drawbridge. After crossing the third wall, they were greeted by a beautiful sight, as the colossal castle stood on grassland with flowers here and there. The castle had beautiful engravings, pointy tops, and greenish stones, with vines and leaves covering every inch of it. The castle screamed that it was the key property of the Gracia family. The castle appeared to have 5 high towers, each going at least 600 feet. Then there were dozens of smaller towers. All of them were beautifully and symmetrically placed to seem pleasant. "Your family certainly knows how to build castles," Sylvester complimented Isabella. She was happy to be seeing it. "This is my first time seeing it. It's so beautiful and mighty." They soon reached their destination and stopped in front of the massive twin gates made of dark green metal. They dwarfed the guards standing in front of it. They were slightly open, and a few people came out. One of them appeared to be the Duke himself, as he supported long, elbow-length silky blonde hair and an abundance of complex clothing under a silky green cape with gold embroidery. Behind the man was a gorgeous woman, tall, with an hourglass figure. She had black hair, extremely pale white skin, and black eyes, and she also wore a tight, silky black gown that charmed her figure even more. "The guards were quick to inform me, Lady Tenth and Lord Bard. I welcome you to Ender Castle, my humble home. I am pleased and blessed by your visits." The Duke warmly spoke, swaying his muscular arms around. Why do I smell lies already? What's there to lie about? He's annoyed by our visit." Sylvester was already alerted. "And this is my wife, Lady Artemis, the love of my life." The The Duke also introduced the beautiful woman. Lady Artemis moved forward gracefully and greeted them by giving her gloved right hand to Lady Aurora. "It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady." She then turned to Sylvester and looked into his eyes with utter confidence and a look of superiority. But her thin lips were curved into a kind smile, alluring enough to make all not notice the hidden meanings. Sylvester also reciprocated and stared into her black eyes, showcasing his look of apathy, which was best to make one understand they were insignificant to him. "Greetings, Lord Bard. I'm quite an admirer of your written hymns. I hope to be blessed by your soothing voice." She extended her hand. "Pleasure is all mine, my lady." Sylvester kissed the back of her hand. What?" he blurted suddenly. "Any problem, my lord?" Lady Artemis inquired, her tone appearing amused. As he straightened himself, he kept a plain, smiling face, but his instincts screamed. "Good God, why from her? Who is she? What is she? Why this strong bitterness? Why death?" Chapter 214. Tempted. Sylvester was always aware of threats around him as he smelled them. But in this case, to his utter shock, she appeared normal and didn't send off any threatening scents. But all of a sudden, now she smelled of death. What is this? Is my life in danger of ending, or does she smell of death in general? Who is she? He asked himself, albeit keeping a stoic face. Just then the Duke came forward and wrapped his hand around her waist. "This is my Duchess. A few years ago, when I was on a hunt alone, I was attacked by a pack of great lions. She saved me and healed my minor wounds. I offered her a job at the castle later, and slowly you have us standing here." "That's so romantic. Why didn't you invite me to the wedding?" Sylvester and the rest parted aside and let the speaker come forward. A short-haired, blonde woman in bright mother's robes. "Isabella, is that you?" "HMPH, you don't even recognize your little sister anymore." Isabella pouted and ran forward to hug the Duke. Sylvester kept a firm eye on them this time and noticed what the Duke was feeling. And to his satisfaction, there was nothing but love and warm feelings of siblings. The Duke hugged her, then pushed her back to look at her face and caressed it. "Why are you here? And why did you cut your hair? Now you look like a pretty boy." "She looks fine to me," Felix blurted. The Duke instantly glared at Felix and asked, "Who might you be, young man?" Felix respectfully replied, "I am God's favored candidate, Felix Sandwall, your grace." Duke's eyes shined. "Aha, Count Sandwall's lad, are you going to stay in the clergy forever?" Felix blurted instantly, "Not the plan. I will settle down when I feel connected with a certain someone." The Duke's eyes shone. "What do you think?" Isabella punched the Duke's stomach lightly. "Why don't you show me the castle? It's so pretty and big. I remember the maps for this place. Is there an indoor lake as written? Please show it to me." "Calm down. I will show you all that after dinner. Come now, let your big brother spoil you like always. By the way, how is mother? She does not answer my letters anymore." Isabella shrugged. "She barely leaves her tower anymore. I have not seen her in months. Harold does not bother with her either." "Well, he does have 6 wives, and a useless Willie, so he must be too busy." Duke indirectly mocked his elder brother while dragging Isabella along. Then Duchess Artemis walked to Felix and held his arm with her hand while holding herself a bit too close to him, letting her sides touch him. It was undoubtedly a killer move for Felix with her extra-revealing dress. "I shall guide you, Lord Felix." She spoke in a seducing voice and walked with him. Gabriel, Sylvester, Lady Aurora, and Bishop Lazark were left standing as if they didn't matter. Sylvester sensed a hint of jealousy from Gabriel and Bishop, but it was understandable. She was attractive enough that he felt something too, but the scent of death was enough to think logically. Why is she drooling over him? I thought I was the most important person here. Sylvester muttered. Lady Aurora chuckled. He's valued because he's a rogue cannon that will fire someday, but you are a cannon supposed to stay dormant for eternity, for you are a challenger for the top seat. Anyway, let's go in." Sylvester was flabbergasted. Did she just? "Yes, Max," Gabriel also followed up. "She just mocked your prick." "That's new," Bishop added and moved as well. Sylvester sighed and entered the castle as well. He didn't mind the jokes, as he felt they meant Lady Aurora was now getting close to them, getting comfortable enough. This meant she was coming close to turning into a loyal ally. "This is madness." Sylvester heard Gabriel's astounded tone as they entered. They all looked up and noticed the high ceiling covered with shining white marble. Going against the usual architecture, the castle from the inside appeared not as green, at least not in terms of walls and furniture. It was mainly made of bright components. For example, white marble, gold chandeliers, golden candles, and torch holders. Even the floor was shining with pale gray marble. However, there was still a lot of greenery throughout in the form of plants. Heck, there were even butterflies flying around everywhere, near the plants. It felt like they were in some heaven. "This is real wealth," Sylvester muttered. "The Holy Land is richer, though," Gabriel argued. Of course, everyone knew that was true, but there was a reason why the church didn't show it openly. "True, but we can only spend money on outer structures to make them beautiful. Inside them, we must stay modest unless we're making something important. Our wealth is also spent to manage many things," he said while looking around. In time, they were led into a large hall that was used to host guests at dinners. It was huge, enough to have seating for at least 1,000 people. But at the moment, there was only one long table in the middle, entirely made of steel with a silver coating, while the chairs were well cushioned with red cloth, and their frame was gold-coated. This is the life of a true crown prince, I guess. Unfortunately, Crown Prince Conrad was not supported by his father, King Riveria, or else he would have had such a lifestyle too, Sylvester thought while taking seats. Then, in time, 100 servants entered in long lines and started to place the plates full of food on the table like machines. They made no noise while walking, putting the dishes around, or even serving. They were undoubtedly trained to be like this. "Forgive me, Lady Tenth and Lord Bard," Duke spoke from his chair at the smaller edge of the table. The thing to note was that his wife was sitting beside him on another chair instead of on another edge. This was not typical behavior. "My servants could only prepare this small feast on short notice. If I had known of your arrival beforehand, I would have been able to welcome you better. This is a small feast. I can feed a small village with this," Sylvester thought, as did most others. "This is more than enough, Your Grace. We are honored that you give such importance to us." Sylvester spoke politically and started eating. "The honor is all mine, Lord Bard." Duke was constantly putting food on Isabella's plate, who sat the closest to Duke's right. From the look and scent, Sylvester was more inclined to feel strange about the Duchess as he watched her every move. He noticed her eyes would look at him every now and then and maintain eye contact until she took another bite of food. "Is she trying to subdue me?" Sylvester wondered. The same thing transpired until the end of the dinner. Sylvester and Duchess were in a sort of silent war. "Come, Bella, I will show you the entire castle. As for the remaining, the servants will show you your rooms. I'm sure whatever you wish to discuss can wait, but for now, I want to be a child again with my little sister." The Duke humbly spoke, but he was not asking, just telling them his decision. Sylvester could feel that the man was not as simple and kind as he seemed. Instead, he saw the true intelligence and demeanor of someone with power and control in the Duke's eyes. But there was one thing that rubbed him the wrong way: the Duchess. "Please let the servants guide you to your rooms." The Duchess soon dismissed the gathering, and they all headed their way. "I need to memorize all the pathways in this giant castle." Sylvester focused on all the turns he took, but what irked him was that they all had rooms in different places, especially Felix being sent the farthest for some reason. Considering his friend may be in danger, he whispered to the fluffy boy on his shoulder, "Chonky, follow Felix and stay with him until the morning. If someone tries to kill him, as long as the attacker is weak, eat them." Muraj always gets pumped for missions about killing. "Makesy, I shall lay down the skulls of your enemies by your feet, I promise." Good boy, Sylvester didn't stop him. "Felix, I hope you don't do anything stupid. Don't lose focus, or there will be no difference between you and Zeke." He could only silently hope. "What?" Good, good. This room is bigger than my family castle's great hall," Felix exclaimed once he entered his room and made himself comfortable. He quickly removed his armor and put on a comfortable tunic and pants. Then he started looking around. The golden engraving on the ceiling, the chandeliers, the curtains, the bed, and the table, all were luxurious. "I should tell my elder brother to make relations with the Duke. The king is a buffoon from the looks of it." Knock, knock. "Who is it now?" He went to open the door, thinking it was Sylvester. "What do why?" His jaw fell as he was pushed back into the room, and the room subsequently closed with a thud. "Are you finding yourself comfortable, my lord?" Felix gulped his saliva, seeing the form of gorgeous Lady Artemis, the Duchess. She appeared in a different dress, too revealing, as it was nothing but a long, sleeveless negligee made of nets-like thin cloth. It allowed one to see everything beneath, and it appeared she wore nothing, for he could notice twin dots on the peaks and something down there. "Why, your grace, I am comfortable. How may I help you?" he asked, obviously tempted and aroused. "Ah, I see you have not found the water jug and the glass. Those lazy servants." She moved in, letting the negligee flutter and revealing her back legs and back. Felix felt cloudy in his mind all of a sudden. It's okay. You smell amazing, your grace." "Oh, you thank you. And how can it be okay? What if you feel thirsty in the middle of the night?" She poured him a glass of water and moved back to hand it, but she stood too close, allowing a view straight down as Felix was taller. "Pad." She started touching his chest and sides. "Your clothes appear dirty too. Why don't I get the servants to clean them? Can you please take them off?" "But—" After a moment of silence, she stepped back a little. "If you're feeling ashamed, then don't. Here, I will first take mine off." Thud. With a soft sound, her entire negligee fell around her feet and revealed her extremely pale white nude body. Her black eyes stared into his eyes while she acted shy and played with her long, silky, dark hair. "Go on now, my lord. Or should I help you?" Felix appeared as if turned into a statue. His eyes were hazy, and he didn't move. So she quickly untied the knot over his tunic and slid it off. "I think the pants need washing as well." She knelt right there and started to untie them. "My God, it seems your body can use some stretching as well, as it appears you deeply desire one right now. But of course, it shall remain our little secret from all, including the bard." Still, Felix didn't even flinch as she touched him where no woman should touch a clergyman, for it was a crime punishable by death. Only a faint hum resounded from him. Why was he not speaking? Why didn't he move? A certain furry was very curious. Chapter 215, Hidden Hands. Muraj was confused. For some reason, even he found the woman attractive. And it was strange because, in his eyes, all humans were ugly except his beloved Makesy, Big Mum, and old caretaker. "What is happening to me? What happened to Felix?" Muraj wondered and was alarmed. He didn't know what, but something was wrong. So he jumped onto Felix's naked torso and looked at his face. He moved his paws before Felix's eyes and saw no reaction. "Is he sleeping?" "Perhaps you wish to feel some warmth first." Muraj looked down and noticed the woman was about to drop Felix's pants. "I should wake him up." "Puh." He slapped his mighty chubby paw on Felix's face, but it did nothing to wake him up. So, left with no choice, he moved near the ear and blew into it. His skin became weird. But noticing the silence even then, he decided to bite the boy straight up. HMPH, you deserve this for being a bad boy. Jump. He nibbled on the ear until blood came out. His big white fangs were sharp and easily dug into the boneless flesh. Arg, what? Felix bellowed. Get away from me, you wench. Yes. Murad quickly jumped away as soon as Felix's shout resounded, and he backed away from the naked Duchess on her knees. How did you wake up? Spoiled my plan. Whoosh. She jumped to her feet and inched close to Felix before moving the back of her hand near her mouth. Pop. A diamond ring's top opened up and she blew on it, spreading some fine dust on Felix's face. In an instant, he fell back with a thud, unconscious. How did he wake up? It's impossible to fight my charm since. I should move. She talked to herself while working hard to put clothes back on Felix and then pushed him onto the bed, tucking him with a blanket as if nothing had ever happened. Then, she wore her negligee and rushed out of the room. Murad was left there watching everything in shock. Whoa, is her breath so stinky that Felix fell asleep again? Oh wait, it was that power. I better not sniff it. So he decided to sleep right where he was, in the corner of the room, on top of a hanging flower pot with no flowers. I wonder if Makesy is missing me, He slowly drifted into sleep. What? Knock knock. The following day, Sylvester barged into Felix's room after receiving no response for a while. Felix, are you alive? Maxie. Bam. Murad jumped on Sylvester from the flower pot, giving a fluffy jump scare as Murad fell on Sylvester's head. It's no fun sleeping alone. It was cold. Sylvester chuckled and caressed him to tidy up the fur. It was just a few hours, Chonky. You should learn to spend time away from me sometimes. Never, being clingy as always, Murad sat down on his shoulder, tightly holding his place with claws. We're hoes for life. You mean bros for life, but who taught you that word? Horny Felix did. He tries to sing like you but ends up saying strange words that I like. Makesy. Felix got his willy eaten by that black-hair lady. She came in and made him a statue and got naked herself and... Murad told everything about Felix from the start to the end. It was all jumbled up coming from Murad's mouth. But Sylvester had become a master of understanding him by now, so he put everything together in one go. She tried to force herself on him. He walked over to Felix and threw water on him. Wake up, horndog. You nearly got your head chopped last night, it seems. What, why? Pa. Sylvester slapped Felix's butt and made him get up. Stand up, boy. Do you have any idea what happened to you last night in this room? Fuck off, Max. Let me sleep. My head feels like exploding. Of course it does. You got molested yesterday, nearly raped. Sylvester dropped the bomb. As expected, Felix jumped up and patted his back. I don't feel any pain. What in the God's name are you saying? So that powder also made him forget what happened. It's some sort of nerve agent. Sit down and listen to me carefully. Last night, Lady Artemis came to your room in a thin negligee. She tried to seduce you using some hypnotizing scent and then nearly took your little friend as hers. But you woke up in time, yet failed to react as she used another dust to make you fall asleep and forget everything. What? Felix stood up in shock. But why would she? I'm a nobody while her husband is the crown fucking prince, rich and powerful more than me. Sylvester couldn't tell him that he had heard her say it, so he acted like he was guessing. To likely use you against me, or bring you under her thumb and use you as a pawn in the church since one day you will certainly hold a high office. I had a feeling she was up to no good from the moment I saw her, but this incident proved it all true. Bam! Felix stomped his foot on the ground. That wench! What she did was an act of heresy. How could... Wait, if all that happened inside the room, then how do you know all this? Were you hiding somewhere? Sylvester knew this question was going to come one day or another. but he was not going to reveal Muraj to him yet. The man was too much of a loudmouth, and there was no telling when his tongue would slip. However, he was thinking of revealing it to Sir Dalaram first, as the man quite literally wishes to sacrifice himself so Sylvester could sit on the throne. I have otherworldly help, my brother. It would be best if you never question or speak of it again, for it's something too divine for even my understanding. All we need to know is that something is wrong in this castle. That woman has a past, and we must find out what it is. He looked around and got Felix's armor. Get dressed. I do not wish to waste time inside this castle. How far that woman can go, we don't know, and right now, we're inside enemy turf. Felix quickly started getting dressed, albeit groaning with a headache. Get the rest, especially Isabella. She's dumb more than me. Ha, self-realizations. I like it, but I'm afraid you will need to do that too, as I am headed to meet the Duke in his solar. I need to talk to him about the murder mystery and see if he can help. Also, send the word to Crusaders to stay on high alert, he ordered while leaving. Felix silently readied himself up alone. Damn it, I wish I at least remembered it. She must have a nice body. What? Sylvester took the man-powered elevator, run by slaves, to reach the top of the Duke's tower, where the man's office was. As he arrived, he noticed even more extravagance. From gold and silver, things were now diamond and gold only. So much wealth was placed in a single place, but the shocking part was that this was not the treasury. But he remained focused. Strange, I haven't seen a prima yet. He knocked on the door and entered after hearing the man from inside. Good morning, Your Grace. Sylvester found the Duke, Duchess, and Isabella all inside, talking and eating something cheerfully. Good morning. Sylvester, Isabella chirped. Morning, my lord. The Duchess also spoke. Sylvester nodded in reply and addressed the man directly. It's better if we talk in private, Your Grace. This matter relates to you directly, and it's official church business, for I am working on behalf of the Inquisitor High Lord. The Duke seriously looked at Isabella. Bella, can you go out and wait for a little while? I will show you the surrounding gardens after this. And Lord Bard, my wife is my prima, so she must stay. As I suspected, this woman holds too much power for being a nobody. Is he under her control too? Fair enough. He agreed and waited for the door to close behind Isabella. Then the Duchess stood up and poured Sylvester a glass of water. But he didn't drink, as nothing could be trusted with the woman. Duke Demon Gracia, do you know about the recent killings of noble ladies, specifically Count Jartle and Raftel's wives and Baron Redmond's daughter, and their subsequent mutilation of chests? I am aware, Duke replied. Sylvester continued. Then you should also know that a man named Sir Kenworth is behind this mess, working for someone else. He tried to kill and silence an Inquisitor close to me and the Inquisitor High Lord right inside Green City. Now that's a grave crime, and under the radar is your elder brother, implicating your family. So, if you have anything that can prove your innocence or help us catch Sir Kenworth, it will be appreciated. I have nothing that can help you, nor should you expect anything from me. Duke suddenly took a hostile position. But what angered Sylvester was the scent of lies. This bastard, he knows something or is hiding something. Remember, Your Grace, my words are Inquisitor High Lord's words, so please be honest and help us in the investigation, Sylvester repeated. The Duke looked into his wife's eyes for a split second before speaking. Sir Dalaram, is it? The man attacked in Green City. I feel sad, trust me, but I do not know anything to help you, Lord Bard. Why did he turn calm again all of a sudden? She did something. He was confused about the woman as he felt no scent of death anymore. The Duke continued, but you must understand that if my brother falls, it's my rise. If he is pushed off the throne, then I, the rightful and logical heir, can take it. So, please do not meddle in Kingdom's internal politics nor hope to gain help from me to save him. You are obliged to support the ink. The Duke cut Sylvester off in the middle and stared at him with intelligent eyes. Must I remind you of Articles 12 and 12b of Holy Law? The Church cannot meddle in the kingdom's internal politics unless it harms the Church. I see no harm being done to the Church, so be it you, Lord Inquisitor, or the Holy Father himself, you cannot interfere. Sylvester was also well versed in laws. Then should I remind you of Article 12f? I know, Duke responded. I am obliged to help you in your quest to solve the murders. That is why you can remain in my lands freely, investigate whatever and where you want, but you shall get no help to apprehend or investigate from me, for that is like dropping an axe on my own foot. I'm more inclined to believe he's behind it now, but even if he is, why cut breasts? That makes no sense. Of course, he could not simply arrest or interrogate a crown prince, even if he held the Inquisitor High Lord's authority. To attack ruling families of kingdoms was a messy business that even the Pope had to be careful about. Lord Bard, it was nice meeting you. The Duchess tried dismissing him, keeping the same kind and charming smile. At that moment, Sylvester felt it once more. Ah, death again from my demise, what does she have to gain? I will forward your words to the Lord Inquisitor and others. Again, thank you for your warm welcome, Your Grace. The lights, the beauty, and the aroma in the castle were amazing, Sylvester said before leaving. He decided not to make any big moves before he got some answers. Chapter 216, Happy Ending for Some. Sylvester stormed out of the Duke's solar, knowing very well that he couldn't force the man. Nor was he a divinator who could see what the Duchess was planning. He also feared what hidden military strength the Duke might have, as he was also a crown prince. "Oh, are you done talking, Sylvester?" Isabella eagerly awaited outside, wanting to return and speak with her brother. Sylvester thoughtfully glanced at her. "We are leaving the castle. Your brother has denied any assistance. He sees this as an opportunity to let King Harold fall to his doom." "What, but this is bigger than that. Why would he do this? Let me go and talk to him." Sylvester didn't stop her. "Go ahead, try if you can. Remind him that this isn't just about King Harold but the entire Gracia family. If more noble women die, the Gracia family will lose much of the support it enjoys." She resolutely nodded. "I will, Sylvester. I will try all I know to make him help us. I know he would have been a better king, but Harold had the support of the nobles as he was the oldest. There was no foul play, so this animosity does not make any sense." But Sylvester didn't have much confidence in her that she'd be able to convince him, not when that Duchess was with him. "If you can't change his mind, you can find me near the castle gates. Remember, Isabella, the toughest thing to control when dealing with your loved ones is rationality, so don't let your personal bias affect your logical mind." "Why, you mean he is the O?" Sylvester interrupted her. "I mean nothing. Our investigation needs facts and tangible evidence. Good luck and see you later." He left to meet with the rest and inform them about the Duchess. Initially, Sylvester was worried that coming to Ironstone Duchy and meeting the Duke was proving to be pointless. But on another thought, the Duchess was the living, walking point of interest they had to investigate now. They had at least something, so he needed more people, trustable to some extent, to help him. He met with everyone near the castle gates. The 50 crusaders acting as their guards had also arrived. "Change of plans, the Duke does not care about the murders, so we are on our own." "Do we have any leads?" Lady Aurora asked. "Much more than leads, but it's better we don't discuss it here, for even the walls have ears. So let's return to the camp and speak in your carriage." Soon, as expected, Isabella also arrived, her face appearing depressed, and she didn't even look Sylvester in the eye. "Let's go." That was all she said before climbing up her small mare that she was learning to ride. Clearly, she had failed, as the scent of sadness made it apparent. Sylvester led everyone out of the 3 walls of the castle and entered the large town outside. They ignored all the bustling crowd and reached the Crusader camp outside the town. The camp was basic, with a waterproof tent for every team of 10 men. They were not small and had enough space for each person to sleep. Of course, the 4 commanders had their own private ones, as well as Sylvester, their commander. The carriage was parked near his tent and worked as the army's sick bay, too, since Isabella lived there with Lady Aurora. They all sat down around the table inside the carriage, and Sylvester told them about Felix's last night. So this is why she was acting so close to him. She planned to use him from the moment he declared his wish to not always be a virgin clergyman, Lady Aurora muttered, rubbing her chin in wonder. But what surprised Sylvester the most was that Isabella didn't say anything, nor was there any scent of anger or hate from her. So he asked her directly, "Isabella, were you able to do anything there?" "He's not my brother anymore," she exclaimed angrily. "He has changed so much. No matter what that witch says, he agrees with her like a loyal trained dog. I tried to tell him how important it is to the family that we solve this murder mystery. But Lady Artemis said it was not in their best interest not to use this opportunity, and he agreed. She's controlling him." Bishop Lazark refuted her words. "She probably is a witch, but I don't think he's being charmed or something. You said your brother was extremely smart, so it goes against the fact that he'd be dumb enough to fall for her. Is he not a wizard knight as well?" "Yes, he's an arch-wizard and golden knight. But maybe she did something similar to what happened to Felix." Sylvester was in doubt too. No, if that were the case, then she wouldn't have let the Duke speak for himself. She could have possibly brainwashed him and changed him, but I don't believe he's being actively controlled. "Then what now?" Felix asked frustratingly. Sylvester passed them parchments. "These are the maps of the streets of the town that I asked a few crusaders to make last night. Each of you will cover a sector and interview the people, asking them about Sir Kenworth or anything mysterious happening. Meanwhile, I will head to meet Cardinal Suprema, whose monastery is nearby. Lady Aurora, you will come with me, and you too, Isabella." Knock knock. Before he could finish the briefing, someone knocked on the carriage's door. Lady Aurora just flicked her hand and opened the gate. 2 crusaders appeared outside. Sylvester recognized them as the men he had left behind to solve that adultery matter. "What's the report, soldiers?" One of them answered, still kneeling like a knight. "Lord Bard, the end was happier than we expected. As you may remember, the woman Jenny had revealed that she was forced to be married. It turns out her husband was also forced. All because her husband's parents had found out his sexual interests aligned with the same gender instead of the opposite. Since Jenny was the most eligible and in a hurry, they got married forcibly. So, the man was thrilled when she went to him to apologize, not to mention, the man knew already that the kids were not his. Now that was a great turnaround, Sylvester felt. What happened to the kids and that man, Harris? Well, since Jenny and her husband were happy to break their marriage, the monastery found no problem and let them be. As for Harris, since the man's parents discovered their son already had kids together with Jenny, they are now set to wed in a few days. The best thing is that Harris will still inherit his father's shop. Hence, the future of the twin kids is safe. Lady Aurora questioned then, "Did you do something to Jenny's husband?" "And no, Lady Tenth, since we have heard that homosexuality is not a punishable offense unless done forcibly, we let him be. We didn't reveal his secret to anyone in the village," the Crusader said. "Good job, boys. Go and report to your squad leader and get some rest. We might be moving tomorrow." Sylvester dismissed them with praise. "May the holy light enlighten us." The 2 saluted and left with faces full of smiles. To them, the praise and job well done were worth more than money at this point, for they considered themselves servants of someone divine, Sylvester. With that, Sylvester got up to head out. "Well, that was the end of that matter. All of you head out. Lady Aurora and Isabella come with me." It was still morning, and the sun was shining clear in the sky as slowly the spring knocked on the continent's doors. The breeze felt warm, but for Sylvester, it was also annoying. "We're being followed," he revealed the instant they left the Crusader camp and entered the town. Lady Aurora clenched her hand on the reins of the horse. "Can you tell me from which direction?" "One behind us on foot and one on the right jumping through the rooftops. Don't look, Isabella," Sylvester answered. By now, Lady Aurora had grown accustomed to not questioning his certain abilities and accepting them as talents or boons. In this case, she prepared herself to strike if anything happened. "Be careful. And Isabella, jump onto my horse. In case of an attack, you won't be able to control the animal." "It's all right. No need to worry." Sylvester dismissed her concerns. Murad was already instructed to sit on Isabella's horse after all, and the fluffy boy had some great threatening skills. Eventually, they reached the edge of the town, on a different side, still near the cliff but far away from the castle. The monastery was huge and even had multiple elevators that went down the cliff, since the monastery also operated a port for itself. A single, 10-foot wall surrounded the monastery. There were multiple 5-story buildings with red rooftops, each connected with the other through multi-story walkways between them. Since Sylvester was in his regular church robes, he was allowed in without question. Only at the main administrative building gate was he stopped by 2 guard clergymen. To his surprise, though, nobody in the entire premise wore any armor, surprisingly. But Sylvester could see the leather armor under the robes. The clergymen seemed discreetly ready for warfare at any moment. Interesting. Why do they not have any men from the Holy Army protecting such an important monastery? "I am Sylvester Maximilian, working under the direct command and in the capacity of Inquisitor High Lord, 3rd Guardian of Light. This is Lady Aurora, the 10th Guardian of Light. We are from the Holy Land and wish to meet the Cardinal Suprema." "Ah, forgive us." Thud. The 2 men standing guard fell to their knees instantly and saluted with their arms crossed. But Sylvester took a step back, as the way they knelt was like a knight. "They are not clergymen. These must be the knights of the Holy Army disguised as clergymen. But why?" Sylvester saluted back and entered the building. By then, a man came running in his regal church robes and a mitre of a bishop on the head. "Welcome, Lord Bard and Lady Tenth." "Where is the cardinal? It's urgent." Sylvester didn't waste a second, for he knew what was to come next. Bishop's face turned sweaty. "Cardinal Cornelius is away, my lord. When he may return, I do not know." "Lies," Sylvester replied and brushed past the man. "Do not sin, Bishop, for I, with the authority of the Inquisitor High Lord, can and will punish evil as he would. Now move." Sylvester walked to the end of the hallway and pointed at a door that appeared the most luxurious, as its handle was made of gold-plated steel. "Is this his office?" "My lord, he's not in the monastery." Bishop seemed like he'd cry at any moment. Sylvester tried to open it, but it was locked, so he took a step back and lifted his foot. "If you say he isn't, then he's definitely inside." Bam! Chapter 217, A Cardinal's Woes. Sylvester kicked the door open with his full might. He expected that since it was Cardinal Suprema's office, it would be firm and have some anti-break-in mechanisms. He was wrong. Boom! But the door was still strong as one unit, and that meant it flew right into the room and slammed ahead into the wall. I hope the cardinal is fine." He muttered annoyedly and entered amidst the small dust of destruction his kick caused. "Cardinal, are you okay? Forgive Lady Tenth. She overestimated the door." "Why are you taking my name, boy?" Lady Aurora stopped in her tracks. "Don't try to push me under the carriage. Don't think I have not forgotten how you cheated that time." "Everything is fair in love and war, Lady Aurora," Sylvester replied without even looking and jumped onto the desk of the cardinal. What did you do, Sylvester? Isabella asked curiously. Her hair was covered at the moment in her bright mother robes, so nobody recognized her. Nothing, Lady Aurora exclaimed and followed Sylvester in. The room was small and modest, as it was just an office. Nothing was extravagant other than the large, made-of-gold church emblem hanging on the wall behind the chair. Cardinal Cornelius, where are you? Please come out so I don't have to dig around in the office to find you. I do not wish to cause damage to church property. He shouted aloud as he knew the man was around. Here, my lord. Under the table. What in God's name are you doing there? Sylvester jumped down from the table and looked. The cardinal appeared to be a short man, maybe around 5'6" and very thin. The face was pale white, and the hair was brown, as was a stubble beard. The face looked so malnourished that a mother would take pity and feed him milk in natural ways. The man also had eyes that would make one feel pity for no reason, and the dark circles under the eyes were enough to consider him a zombie. Let me help you. Sylvester grabbed the man's arm and let him rise. Are you okay, Your Eminence? He appears to be more scared of something other than me or the blast of that door. The fear, anxiety, sadness, anger, and doubt I smell are too strong. What could it be? Better keep things vague. He helped the man by patting his robes. It looked weird as the cardinal seemed like a child in front of 6'3" tall Sylvester. I'm quite all right, Lord Bard. Welcome to the Ironstone Duchy and my monastery. I heard about your arrival, but forgive me, I could not participate in the feast last night. Cardinal spoke in a rushed tone. Then he looked at Lady Aurora and bowed his head, ignoring Isabella as a simple, bright mother. Lady First, you are as beautiful and mighty looking as I first saw you in the Holy Land. Lady Aurora, of course, didn't even know the man. Thank you, Your Eminence. I need to go and see the people in the town. Bishop, prepare my horse outside. My lord and lady, please ride with me. I will show you the town. Cardinal suggested, still sounding rushed as before. The scent of sunflowers is too strong. He's hopping. I agree with his suggestion. Let's go with the suggestion then. Please lead the way, Your Eminence. Cardinal happily nodded and fixed his robes and mitre on his head before heading out. He tried to appear calm and holy, but only Sylvester knew what went on inside, as in that man's heart, a lot of misery resides. They soon got out of the monastery and mounted their horses. The cardinal addressed his subordinate before leaving. No need to send men to guard me. I don't believe I have anything to fear with Lady Tenth and Lord Bard beside me. With that proclamation, they rode out into the bustling town. Sylvester rode on the man's left, Isabella and Lady Aurora on the right. Seeing they were far away, he decided to ask vaguely, "Does a snake reside in the rabbit hole, Your Eminence?" Cardinal Cornelius turned his head towards Sylvester abruptly and smiled, feeling relieved. "I thought I'd have to explain, but it seems the rumors of your wisdom are underreported. Indeed, it is not just infested with snakes but also infected with the venom. In your home as well. Indeed, I am but another rabbit trapped in the strangles of a python. But let's move somewhere a little more private before I reveal how far the venom has spread." Cardinal increased his speed. Sylvester had a better place, so he loudly voiced, "Your Eminence, have you seen Lady Aurora's carriage? It's the most fabulous and magical thing you'll ever see. Come, I must show it to you." "Is that so? Even better than my carriage. I guess I must take a look then. Please lead the way, Lord Bard." Cardinal similarly replied loudly. "Good, he's a neatly smart man, it seems." Sylvester glanced at Lady Aurora and nodded. With that, they galloped to the Crusader camp and only stopped after reaching its middle, near the carriage. "Come inside, my lord," he invited him in. Once inside, he locked the door and windows and spoke. "This carriage has runes to ensure minimal noise goes outside, Your Eminence. As long as you speak lowly, none shall hear a word." Thud. Please save me." The cardinal jumped to Sylvester and fell to his knees, grabbing Sylvester's feet. "Please save me, Lord Bard. Your light can do miracles just once more." Broken, that's all I can feel from him. What the hell can even break a Cardinal Suprema, the mightiest clergyman in any duchy? Knowing he needed to calm him down first, he ruffled his hand on the cardinal's brown hair, ensuring his light shined from the palm and made the latter feel the warmth. At the same time, he spoke a few lines of a hymn, showing the halo behind his head as that always gets the job done. Worry not of the darkness around. Let all the fears go, for you have been found. All is the Lord's plan, and it's so profound. Feel it, for in his warmth you're being crowned. So calm your heart, and let the delight abound. Amen. Lady Aurora and Isabella lightly bowed their heads and muttered with closed eyes. They truly believed in Sylvester's gifts after all. The cardinal was crying by then, but he made no voice while his eyes watered. Sylvester also sat down, not far from the man. "Bright mother, can you give the cardinal some water?" Lady Aurora nudged her. "Mother Isabella." Ah, yes. Isabella had forgotten she had a new title, but after that she carefully brought a glass of water. "Have I seen you before, bright mother?" the cardinal asked while taking the water. "Yes, you have," Sylvester exclaimed, making the eyes of Isabella and Lady Aurora pop out. "She's a bright mother, and all bright mothers are our mothers, be it any. They may sometimes appear the same in their headscarf and clothes." The cardinal nodded and focused on Sylvester. "I heard you were inside the castle. Did anything happen? Anything you're confused about, or do you feel strange? As if you can't remember something." "Does Felix feel this right now?" Sylvester wondered. But he feigned ignorance. "Something did happen that has me interested in Lady Artemis, but what you're particularly talking about, I have no idea. We are here to investigate the murders of noble women and their breasts being chopped after." "The Duke denied you, didn't he?" Cardinal guessed it right. "How do you know that, Your Eminence? Can you please elaborate on the snake infestation?" Sylvester got to the point. The cardinal turned depressed instantly and nervously rubbed his hands. He glanced at Lady Aurora and Isabella before turning to Sylvester. "It all started when I was newly appointed here a few months back, since the last Cardinal Suprema was recalled after that bright mother rape and murder debacle by Count Ranthberg. The day I took charge, I was invited by the Duke and stayed the night there. But the next day, when I woke up, I felt a sharp pain in my head, and I could not remember anything that had happened the previous night. I then observed that it occurred every time I went to stay in the castle, so I stopped going there no matter what, but it happened to me in my residence as well. So I got extremely annoyed, so much so that I suspected an evil creature of the night had possessed me. So I made a small secret room beside my bedroom and installed a small eye hole. Then I told my 2 subordinates to sit there every night and watch me sleep." Sylvester straightened his back, for he knew the moment of truth was coming. "Then, a week later, as it was told to me, I learnt that Lady Artemis, that filthy witch, she'd enter the monastery and come to my room. I'd invite her in respectfully as she'd cry fake tears, saying she needed help. Then slowly she'd start touching me and I'd become a statue, not moving, not even blinking. She'd take my clothes off and lay me on the bed before copulating with me by sitting on top. The whole time, she'd ravish my mouth with her tongue while humming something, akin to an incantation. After that, she'd ask me questions, and I'd reply to everything she'd demand, from church secrets to private matters. She'd then copulate again, as I believe there is a time limit to her fiendish magic. Then, she'd make me write letters to the church and the various lords in the duchy, asking for more faith tax or some other information. Then she'd blow some dust on my face, put my clothes back on me, and leave me in the bed as if nothing happened." Clank. "This is the highest order of blasphemy," Lady Aurora barked in anger. The cardinal agreed. That witch, she's a demoness, my lord. She killed my assistant that night and left his body chopped into pieces in that little room to greet me in the morning. We should call for the full Inquisition and end everything that woman has touched, Lady Aurora suggested, being in her rightful place as her adoptive father was the Lord Inquisitor. No, please, what about my brother? She must have done something to him too, Isabella cried. But Sylvester was only staring at the cardinal with a doubtful gaze. Ting! He took out a dagger and placed it on the floor before himself. Cardinal, if she killed your subordinate that night, how did you learn all this? Chapter 218, Worst Assassin Ever. The tension in the room reached its peak when Sylvester started tapping the floor with the tip of the dagger. Answer me, Cardinal. The cardinal looked nervous and gulped his saliva. He seemed nervous and hesitant while telling this, which made no sense as he had revealed so much. I do not wish to put his life in danger, my lord. You have nothing to fear here, Cardinal. Your secrets are safe with us, so go ahead and tell me everything, he assured. The cardinal slowly made up his mind. He's alive, Lord Bard. The witch didn't know that my two subordinates were, in reality, twins. In fact, most of the clergymen in the monastery didn't know that, as the two men had little to no contact with anything outside my office. The man she killed was the wrong one. The real one I have kept hidden, for I know he'd be dead if found out. Not just coercion, rape, sabotage, but also murder now. I'm not surprised, but the fate of that woman is sealed now. She's going to die soon enough, Sylvester said, comforting the man. But why didn't you run away, Your Eminence? I'm sure you could have found many ways to do so. You are the highest clergyman in the duchy. I can't. Cardinal Cornelius held his chest and clenched the robes tightly. That witch has put some dark creature inside me, some sort of a worm that has clenched my heart. It's called Heart-Eater Vine, a rarity from the lands of vampires in Bisteria. I have no idea how she got it, but I know that if I were to go a certain distance away from the castle, my heart would be crushed. Sylvester didn't reply and silently tried to think if he could do something. He wondered if his light would help, since the creature was supposed to be darkness-related. Please help me, my lord. That woman does not even hide anything. She comes to my bedroom, uses me, and orders me. If I don't, she threatens to call the guards and have my head for rapping her. She's a demoness. She deserves nothing but a painful death. Sylvester rubbed his chin. If they killed you now, I'd call the entire Inquisition. But worry not, I will try to get you out of this place soon. But first, I need to solve this murder mystery, because if I kill the witch now, we'd likely never reach the end of it. Is the Duke also compromised? No, that bastard. He's using the witch instead. It's a mutually beneficial relationship. The Duke wishes to use her less-than-holy methods to get to the throne and become stronger. Meanwhile, the Duke provides a safety umbrella for the witch to keep practicing. I know not what else they have exchanged. This was all that the witch revealed to me on one of the nights. Strange. I almost felt they actually loved each other, Sylvester muttered. They likely do at this point, my lord. You mix dirt, it remains dirt. They are like one another, so I believe their love is also true, the cardinal added. Thud. Isabella fell to her knees and cried while pressing her mouth with her palms. She was probably broken, as this was a reality check that her family, whom she saw in a good light, was not that nice. This was a lesson for her, teaching her how to look at the world. Not everything is what appears from the outside. Sometimes, vile-looking men like Bishop Lazark turn out to have a heart of gold, and handsome men like Duke Demon turn out to be actual demons. Lady Aurora quickly sat down and hugged her while patting her back, but Sylvester didn't bother addressing her. You are after that murderer because of Sir Dalorum, correct? Cardinal Cornelius asked, eyeing Sylvester. How does he know Sir Dalorum? The man is a simple inquisitor with not much fame. Cardinal seemed to realize the suspicions, so he explained. Bishop Charles told me what occurred in the Green City. He wrote to me, worrying about the safety of Sir Dalaran. How do you know Sir Dalaran? Sylvester asked. We all started in the same unit as Sir Dalaran, Unit 109. We were all rookies with not much real-world experience. But Sir Dalaran was a tough and thoughtful man from the beginning. A man who once decides something never wavers, even if the cost is his own well-being. He was like a big brother to all those in Unit 109. He once saved me from a venomous snake under the effect of a demon's aura. Sir Dalaran got bit while protecting me. He spent a whole month unconscious, fever high enough to kill a horse. But he came out stronger than before. You don't know, but the man is more respected than I among the Inquisitors, haha. Sylvester chuckled, agreeing that Sir Dalaran was indeed that kind of a man. A senseless fool who did not value his own life in Sylvester's eyes, but that was also why Sylvester trusts and cherishes that man. I never knew he had friends in such high places, Your Eminence, he said in amazement. Oh, there are many more. Sir Dalaran was gifted with experience, skills, and mind, but sadly not in Solarium. His talents didn't allow him to rise in the ranks of clergymen, but he certainly enjoyed life as last I heard. He got married and now has a son too. The Cardinal was all smiles and smelled of truthfulness and happiness while talking about Sir Dalaran. Sylvester had sad news, though. You seem to not be updated, Your Eminence. But some years back, his wife and son were killed, murdered in fact, in a riot instigated by two men fighting to become the chief of the town. Cardinal's shoulders fell. Did he get justice? I'm afraid not, but please do nothing, for I have promised him vengeance with his own hands. For now he rests in the Holy Land, blinded due to an injury to his head, and I have vowed to not only bring him the eyes of the culprit but also heal him. That is why I am here and ask for your help. Sylvester asked with genuine feelings, but he also had something to offer. I also might have a way to fix your situation, but that will require me to open your chest and see your beating heart so I can shine my light on the dark, vile creature. So, I ask you to wait until I have caught the culprit. After that, I will heal you before killing that witch. The Cardinal was smart and thoughtfully agreed. The man understood that if the surgery was done now, he wouldn't be able to stand up due to the wounds. Agreed, my lord, but I am coming to my wits' end trying to survive. You have no idea how hard I had to try to get those knights of the Holy Army to come as disguised clergymen. What I need, Cardinal, is the background of that witch. Can you look into it? Sylvester requested. Certainly, I already know she's from the Sand Continent in the south. These days, when she tries to use me on the bed, I ask a few questions while she's ecstatic. It has worked over time. Hopefully, it will be the same now. But Sylvester knew it was too dangerous. As a safety measure, if she ever tries to kill you, simply tell her that now I know about her actions, as does Lady Aurora. If you died now, that would call forth the entire wrath of the Holy Land, first on her, then on the entire Gracia family. Won't that put you in danger? The Cardinal asked in genuine worry. Smelling it, Sylvester appreciated the man, but he shrugged, remembering the Shadow Knight was still after him. I have faced worse, Your Eminence. The witch also likely knows her limits, as she didn't try anything funny with me in the castle, but went after my second in command. I saved him, thankfully. May the Lord enlighten us. That witch needs to die. Cardinal slammed his fist on the table. She will. For now, let's return you to the monastery. I will start other work on my end. The Lord Inquisitor needs to know about your situation. He stood up and took a glance at Isabella. Take some crusaders with you, Lady Aurora suggested, remaining behind with the princess to help her. Sylvester didn't bother replying and moved out. They got on his horse, and he called one of his commanders with 5 men to surround them. After that, they calmly made their way back. How many little snakes live in the town? Sylvester asked. Many, almost under every rock you may pick. Sylvester nodded and looked left and right. He could sense many scents, many of them hostile or scared of him. I wonder if they are even followers of Solis. I hope they are, or this entire town will soon be torched. Ah, can we stop there? I was supposed to inspect that street. There are words that a lot of orphans have taken over that street and are loitering there. The cardinal stopped his horse suddenly and pointed at a small back street. It looked unkempt and dirty. Sure, your eminence, he agreed and soon unmounted the horse. He, the cardinal, and the 6 crusaders enter the unkept small street. It was behind the lines of shops and houses. The buildings looked run down in this part of the town, and inside the street, the sunlight was blocked due to twin-story buildings with their tiled rooftops. I took on the task of rehabilitating the orphans of this street a few weeks ago, but sadly, the more I help, the more appear out of nowhere. The Duke roamed around, showing various spots where he saved some kids. Even during the day, they could find a few older kids sleeping near the edge of the walls, as if dead, in their dirty, torn clothes. There were at least 10 of them in the street. Sniff, sniff. Suddenly, Sylvester smelled something. It was the scent of emotions. What's this? Fear, jealousy, sadness, and hope combined. What's with this strange combination? Hell's a die. Instantly, all crusaders unsheathed their swords and aimed to strike. Everyone turned around. But they calmed down as the scene was too absurd. Finally, Commander Eros rubbed his beard and asked Sylvester, "My lord, should we kill her?" Sylvester amusedly looked at the frail little girl running towards him with a small knife pointed at him. She appeared young, likely 10 years old. She shockingly had golden eyes, untidy, dirty blonde hair, and a large sack with holes for her arms and neck for her clothes. Her face was scowling as she screamed. "I will kill you." Sylvester chuckled and folded his arms as he smelled no danger. She has got to be the worst assassin the world has ever seen. She's still a good 20 meters away from us. Chapter 219, An Orphan's Tale. Elsa. It seems she's getting tired now. Sylvester chuckled, seeing the girl struggle so much while reaching him. She certainly had no experience in what she was trying to do. Even the crusaders were laughing as the girl appeared cuter than deadly. Still, they kept their guards up just in case she turned out to be the decoy. Eventually, the girl reached Sylvester while panting uncontrollably. She clumsily proceeded to stab her little knife at Sylvester's stomach. Puh! But she received a warm slap on the cheek from Sylvester, sending her back a few feet away, tumbling to the ground and her knife released from her hand. But she didn't cry, for she was an orphan and had learnt the hard way that no one ever came to help wipe the tears. She just glared at Sylvester with her shocking golden eyes. This was merely the 3rd time Sylvester saw someone with eyes like his own. He was instantly interested in her. "Be big, sis." "Ah, there is another one," Sylvester exclaimed as he noticed a little boy, likely 5 years old, running towards them, also with a little knife. But he was so clumsy and nervous that he was falling after every few steps. Only after seeing his sister getting hit did the boy gain some courage. Another blonde-haired kid with golden eyes. "Who are these two?" Sylvester was amused. "And what do you want to do?" Sylvester called out. The boy at first looked at Sylvester with firm eyes, but as he got closer, his steps slowed and his knife slowly fell from his hand. Soon, his eyes became watery, and he ran off to help his sister get up. "Big sis hurt." The girl stood up and kept a strong face, albeit it was clear she had bruised her knee on the fall. She held herself from crying in pain and patted the boy's head. "I'm fine, Max." Max, that's the boy's name. Sylvester moved closer and sat down beside the two, cross-legged, relaxed as if nothing had happened. Then, without asking, he hovered his hand on the girl's knees and healed the light scratches. "Be careful, little one. You might end up assassinating yourself at this rate." "Whoa, magic!" the boy exclaimed, wide-eyed and excited. The girl was alarmed and stepped back once the pain was gone. What do you want? We're sorry. We will never hurt you again." Biwahaha, Sylvester laughed heartily, a sight many saw for the first time. "Girl, even if you had reached me, you couldn't have scratched me with your soggy, weak arms. Now, what are your names and where are your parents?" The girl scaredly answered as she was surrounded. The Crusaders were standing all around them and appeared menacing. I am Diana, and he is Max. Our mother left us in a crowd and ran away." Sylvester's eyes shone for a split second before extending his hands. The two shrank their necks in fear of being hit, but they only received pats from his warm hands, and before they knew it, they were covered in warm light. The two looked up at his face, and their eyes widened in shock. There was a giant halo behind Sylvester's head. "Diana, that's a lovely name, and Max is what my friends call me. You two, it must have been tough living alone. Are you two fine? Are you hungry? Where do you live right now?" "It must be freezing." The boy and the girl didn't even know Sylvester, yet their eyes turned watery. He was the first adult ever to ask them such simple questions. "Are you okay? Are you hungry?" They had felt they were invisible for the past few months, as no matter how much they cried or asked for help, the people would only ignore them, kick them, or try to take them away for God knows what. And now, here was this unknown saintly man who they tried to kill and yet got showered with kindness in return. It didn't make sense, as they knew they'd hate it if someone wanted to hurt them. Thud. Max, the little boy, jumped to hug Sylvester while bawling his eyes out. Then the girl also jumped in and whispered, I'm very hungry." Sylvester caressed their hair and sang a little hymn, a cryptic reflection of his own true origin. "I know what you two feel in your belly. Emptiness in the stomach and clothes smelly. Nights go sleepless in fear of the unknown. While kindness the world had barely shown. We walk all the streets we've ever known, looking desperately for someone to call your own. I know what you two feel in your heart and mind. I know what you are frantically trying to find. For there was a time in fate like you, I was confined. But cry no more for you, now I stand behind. Let us get you two something to eat." Sylvester let them out of the hug and gather themselves. Little Diana looked at Sylvester in confusion. "Why are you being kind to us?" Sylvester chuckled and looked around at the Crusaders. "Isn't that what I'm supposed to be? Kind? Wait, why are all your eyes wet?" The Crusaders hurried to wipe their eyes and stand straight. Commander Eros nearly even shouted, trying to sound manly. "Must have been the wind, my lord. It's surprisingly warming today." Sylvester laughed briefly, seeing the double meaning. "Well, it seems it's also raining, Commander." The men giggled and saw Sylvester rise to his feet while holding the hands of the two kids. "You too. I am Sylvester Maximilian, Bard of the Lord, and I live in the Holy Land. Tell me, do you enjoy this life?" "No," the two shook their heads vigorously. "Then tell me how and why you decided to assassinate me. Who told you to do so? Be truthful and you shall never have to worry about food again." He offered them. The little boy was small and simple, so he answered instantly. "The bad man said if we kill you, we get money." Sylvester glanced at the girl to get a better answer. "It was a bounty," the man said. "He said if we kill you, we can get 200,000 golden coins. We are sorry, mister, we only wanted food. We have not eaten in 3 days." She answered with her head held low in shame. "Preposterous," Cardinal Cornelius exclaimed. "How could there be a bounty on you, Lord Bard?" Sylvester scoffed and addressed the kids. "Whoever that man was, he lied to you. No, you should have gotten 300,000 gold coins for killing me. It seems he wanted to trick you, just in case you were lucky." "What?" Diana appeared shocked beyond words. "Even the bad man lies about bad things. So evil." Sylvester chuckled, took out 2 strategic chonky bananas from his robes and handed them to the kids. "Eat them and come with me. I will send you to the Holy Land where you can live with other children. You will get good food and a place to sleep as well. You can study magic too if you have talents." Sylvester didn't waste more time and left the alley. There were other kids too, but they appeared too old and didn't seem willing to do anything. Only these two were new rookies, hence worth saving. He got them on the horses and first dropped the cardinal in the monastery, and then made his way back into the Crusader camp. He brought them to Isabella right away, who seemed fine now. "Can you check them for any bodily harm? They are orphans I rescued." Isabella's big sister instincts rose, and she rushed to check the two adorable golden-eyed kids as if they were puppies. Lady Aurora walked beside Sylvester and revealed her displeasure. "Since when did you start collecting orphans? These two will cause us more trouble than good." Sylvester stood still with crossed arms. "Weren't you an orphan too, Lady Aurora? You told me about how the Lord Inquisitor saved you from slavery. So perhaps I'm the Lord Inquisitor of these two." "Oh, since when did our Blondie become a softie?" she jokingly made fun. He walked away to find something else to do. "Everyone should have a softie in them, Lady Aurora. Otherwise, we'd turn into hateful beasts. I remember Archbishop Noah telling me once that who has nobody, the church is their everybody. So I am merely doing my job here. I also liked their names, and they were adorable while trying to kill me." "Wait, what?" "Ignore it. I will send them to the orphanage in the Holy Land later. I am deeply interested in their parentage as golden eyes are scarce," Sylvester said, and arrived near his personal tent. Max. He found Felix, Bishop Lazark and Gabriel just arriving too. "Any clues?" Sylvester asked. Each one of them shook their head, but Felix also stepped aside and let the two men come forward. They were wearing the body armor of the Inquisitors, with all the markings and the red cloak at the backs. "Max, I found these two Inquisitor blokes roaming around the town. They were looking to see you but couldn't enter the Crusaders' camp," Felix explained. The two Inquisitors came forward and knelt like knights, but only one of them spoke. "Lord Bard, we come here to ask you for help. We come from Ender village, half a day south of here. We are not Crusaders but Inquisitor garrison stationed at the Ranthburg town." Sylvester remembered someone just then. "Isn't Commander Sir Arnold also from your garrison?" "He is, Lord Bard. He has now been promoted to Inquisitor General. With his orders we have come here to ask for help," the man answered. Sylvester glanced at his team and made up his mind. "Since we found no clues, we will have to wait for a reply from the Cardinal. So let's see what our Inquisitor brothers are troubled with." "It's a bloodling, my lord. We have already lost 4,000 men to the strange effects the bloodling has on people," the Inquisitor revealed. "We urgently need help." 4,000 already lost. Isn't that too much?" Sylvester turned utterly serious as bloodlings were no joke. He could speak from experience. But he had some other doubts about these two men. "Why did you come to find me directly? Didn't you go to Duke first?" "We went to the Duke, but he refused to help and recommended your name as you are a master in dealing with bloodlings." Sylvester frowned. "That bastard wants me out of his land as soon as possible. I can't abandon this post, not this time." He glanced to his right. "Lady Aurora, I'm afraid you'll have to go and take care of it this time. We need someone here too, just in case." But my lord, we need an expert," the Inquisitor interrupted. Sylvester didn't waver because if the Duke was able to destabilize the kingdom, then millions would die. "She's a grand wizard. I'm sure she can handle things." Lady Aurora thumped her breastplate proudly. "Of course, a bloodling is nothing, boys. Your big sister will come and help. Lead the way." Chapter 220, The Horny Heist. Sylvester made Lady Aurora wait until the following day so they'd reach their destination in one go. But before she left, he met her in private. "Lady Aurora, please do not underestimate the bloodling no matter what. You don't have light magic like me, so keeping it from touching you will be hard, but I hope this helps." He extended a small leather bag to her. There are 24 light crystals and 12 solarium crystals. Please use them for your own safety, and remember, if you find it troublesome, just return. Lady Aurora glanced at Sylvester while smiling warmly. To her, this gesture meant a lot more than anything else. What does a person without a family wish for the most? It's someone to care about you, think about you. Oh, you! She jumped closer and hugged Sylvester tightly, slamming his head on her breastplate by pulling him down. You are like my little brother, Archpriest. Thank you for worrying about me. Sylvester got himself freed after some struggles as she was strangling him. Good Lord, be more careful with your monstrous strength. Furthermore, if you see me as a little brother, just call me Sylvester. No need to use official rank. He offered. It was a well-calculated move, because not only was Lady Aurora already older than his both lives combined, but she also longed for a family. And if he were to become family to her, then the loyalty could be eternal. Her smile was worth seeing as her gray eyes shined with excitement. Really? You're okay with that? Then you must call me Big Sister Aurora from now on. Sylvester made an ugly face. I'm not calling you that. The best I can do is Aurora or Sister Aurora. Good, that's also good. Call me Sister from now on. I always wanted a little bother to bully since I was small. Finally, the wish has come true. Sylvester turned around to leave. Good luck with your mission, Aurora. Remember, never underestimate a bloodling. Hey, add sister to it. She shouted in fake anger, but Sylvester just waved his hand. Seeing him gone, she opened the bag and looked inside. It was filled with expensive magical crystals. My brother is filthy rich, but how? Can a bra make one so rich? They are pretty great, though. Anyway, let's move out. What? Holy Land, Pope's Peninsula. Haya. Glash. Raya. Clank. Stronger and louder, boy. You're one tall giant, so make sure your enemy not only bathes in his own blood but also piss. Roar, my boy. Roar to the heavens. Ruaya. Good boy, Zeke. You will one day be the finest knight this school has ever produced, shouted the bald black man, tall and old as ever, with his iconic foul tongue. Sir Baldfreak was the same as years ago. My sword is strong, Zeke muttered while looking at the long blade in his hands. Indeed, you may not be gifted like most others, but you have a high talent, and the best thing about you is that you are one persistent fellow. Sir Baldfreak praised him. The thing about Zeke was that he was very simple-minded. Once he's told to do something, he'll do it for night and day until he's asked to stop. And that's how, even if he knew just a few moves, he was strong and masterful in it. Not to mention, he was slowly turning into a powerhouse with his potential being untapped. Of course, for that, a good diet was required. So Zeke now had a new adoptive mother, who happily made him tasty food, and in return, Zeke cleaned the house. It's lunchtime, Zeke. Come here. Xavier arrived at the School of Dawn with a big lunchbox. Zeke quickly put aside his sword and bowed his head in respect. Big lady, thank you for the food. Xavier chuckled. Stop calling me that. I'm just Max's mother, not some powerful woman. He asked me to take care of you and ensure you eat healthily and work hard. Is your training going well? Sir Baldfreak greeted her as well. Mother Xavier, good to see you again. Zeke is a good monster in disguise. He has a lot of physical strength and his arms are strong. He has already ranked up to Silver Knight's rank. If he keeps exerting himself like this, before long, he'd be a golden knight and ready to go out on adventures. Xavier proudly nodded and patted Zeke's shoulder. The simple man was much taller than her. I'm sure Max will appreciate this. Zeke, make sure you keep getting stronger and protect Max. He's too reckless otherwise. Zeke patted his chest. Big lady, don't worry. I will protect the big lord with everything. He's my favorite person in the world. Xavier made a fake sad face. Really? Then what about me? I thought I was the favorite as I make you tasty food. Zeke appeared taken aback and tensed. He looked left and right in panic, trying to think. Big lady is my favorite person too, but I met the big lord first, so he comes first. Haha, fair enough. Come eat lunch now. I made Max's favorite dish, but I just hope he returns soon now. Sir Dalaram asks about him every time I see him, but I have no information to give. Where even is that careless brat? Big lord work very hard, big lady, Zeke spoke. Xavier eyed him. Oh, what's this, already taking his side? Fine, I guess you don't like my food anymore. Zeke quickly ate all the food and bloated his cheeks. I love the food, the best ever. You are the greatest, the mighty. All right, no need to become a bootlicker now. Eat fast and get back to training. I must head to work as well. Understood, big lady. Jump. Zeke emptied the lunchbox in one go. What? Duke Demon Gracious keep. Sylvester and Felix arrived inside the castle yet again, but this time they didn't come to ask the Duke any questions or get him to agree to something. No, this time they had a much more profound, selfish, and possibly a criminal reason. Are you sure about this, Max? We don't want to be labeled as thieves now, Felix asked nervously. Shut up. If you keep talking about it, we'll be caught before we even start. Just do as I told you and reap the benefits later. We must do this for effective mission completion. Now focus. Sylvester scolded Felix and made him walk in front of himself. Meanwhile, Sylvester spoke with Mirage. Chonky, you got the map memorized. You know what to pick. Remember, this heist is very important. The Chonky Bank is nearly empty, and we need funds to prepare for any future emergency. Mirage saluted with his chubby white paw. Aye, Makesy, worry not. Your bank shall never disappoint you as long as the banana tax is paid. Ha, you can have 10 bananas if you do this, boy. Now get serious. The rooms on the top floor of the Duke's Tower are covered with valuable items, but you must only focus on what shines. Gold, diamonds, and rubies, that's what we need. But make sure it's not something so big that it's noticeable on one look. He started briefing him. The need of the hour for Sylvester was to buy more essential crystals since the future was unpredictable. He didn't know who he'd have to fight all of a sudden. It could be Shadow Knight in the worst case. Knock, knock. Sylvester knocked on the door and it automatically opened. He moved in proudly, but inside all he saw was Lady Artemis sitting on Duke's chair, with her legs on the table. She was wearing a black gown that had a long cut on the side, all the way to the side hip. Hence, her slender, smooth legs were shining under the sunlight from outside. At the same time, her more than normal pale face and red lips contrasted against the bright room. She smirkingly looked at the two of them and spoke in an orgasmic voice. What can I do for the two of you, lords? We wish to speak with the Duke, Sylvester replied. The Duchess shifted into her seat so more of her legs were visible. What's there that he can give you and I can't? Speak your mind, Lord Bard, but take a seat before that. Good. If the Duke isn't here, I should be able to keep her distracted while Chonky eats up all the precious things. No matter what, my pretty face has never disappointed me. Sylvester thought and walked forward with no fear or doubt. Forget what you're about to see, he whispered to Felix before proceeding. While Felix took a visitor's seat, Sylvester walked around and took the seat beside the seductress Duchess. The Duke usually kept 2 seats on the leading side, one for himself and one for his wife. Doing the unexpected, Sylvester put his hand on her revealing thigh and made his palm warm. In an instant, he felt goosebumps all over her skin. He didn't caress her, though, as that would be too much. Ah, I saw a small blood-sucking fly. It's gone now. Good, I can smell the excitement in her. The Duchess looked into Sylvester's confident golden eyes. He was handsome as hell, like no man should be. My lord, I must say, even the best elven slaves I've seen in my life hold no place as compared to your elegance. You are as exquisite as they come. Ah. she exclaimed in shock as Sylvester lifted her legs and turned her chair easily so she faced him, and her legs rested on his lap. Her dress was not very good at hiding anything under her waist, so he could see everything all the way till where her legs parted. But Sylvester kept staring into her deep black eyes, ensuring she did not break eye contact. You may not have heard of it, but I read a book about something called massage that's popular in the Warsong Kingdom. It's a technique of pressing certain parts of the body that makes one relaxed. I'm sure you can use some. Relaxing. He used both his hands, ensuring they were pleasingly warm. He needed no oil as he started caressing her slender legs, every time going all the way to her upper inner thighs but never reaching where she wanted him to. The scent of roses and sweat is overwhelming. Good Lord, how horny is this woman? Chonky boy, I hope you do it fast, or I'm afraid this woman will just jump on me. I'm putting my name and reputation on the line here. Sylvester felt slightly worried as the Duchess made some low moaning noises and twitched around in her seat. Sylvester gave her an authentic massage, though. He was not kidding around with his techniques as he pressed plantar fascia under her feet, and from time to time, went up near the parts he never wished to reach. She moaned. Bam! Just as Sylvester was reaching her inner thigh again, she suddenly moved and caught his hands. Her eyes showed a pleading, welcoming, submissive look. My lord, you are such a tease. I won't mind if you give me a full body massage. Damn it, she's hit the peak, Sylvester cursed internally. Ting! Thud! A loud noise resounded in the quiet solar. Lady Artemis immediately stood up, fixed her dress, and looked around. What was that? Wind, I believe. Sylvester also walked back to Felix's side and winked at Muraj, who was also showing him a thumbs up from a distance. Apparently, the good boy saw Sylvester's predicament and decided to help. Certainly, he was now getting not 10 but 50 bananas in tax.